Chapter 640. Although the temporal island lord was standing coldly by the side, Dongbo Shuang still maintained his smile. The temporal island lord, who was a high and mighty ruler, could show him disrespect, but Dongbo Shuang still had to maintain the most basic level of respect. Naturally, in his heart, he still did not like this temporal island lord. Snow Eagle. Bloodblade placed his wine cup down and said, "The reason why I called you over is because of the death of Bamboo Saint. His death is very strange. Master wouldn't suspect that this disciple did it, right? This disciple doesn't have the ability to do so." Dongbo Shuang said. Right now, there were many rumors going around, and there were quite a number of people guessing that it was him who did it. Of course it wasn't you. Bloodblade laughed. Dongbo brat, if you are able to do it, you would be a ruler. The Abyss primogenitor by the side also laughed. Dongbo Shuang was startled. Ruler? Could it be that the one behind this was a ruler? There were only a few rulers in the entire deity world and Abyss. Furthermore, the status of a ruler was extremely high. To deal with a single Bamboo Saint? With just a slight command, Bamboo Saint would have to surrender and beg for forgiveness. Why would there be a need to kill him in secret? The reason why I'm looking for you is because the treasures he accumulated have fallen into your hands a few days ago. Bloodblade said, "We have some suspicions towards Bamboo Saint's identity, so we wish to take a look at the items he left behind. This disciple is bringing them along with him." Dongbo Shuang reported. "Take them out and let us take a look." Bloodblade instructed. Dongbo Shuang did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the items he obtained from Bamboo Saint. This included god crystals, faith stones, precious materials, weapons, robes, etc. Naturally, some of them were not given to Chihua Laozu. However, those items originally belonged to Chihua Laozu, so it shouldn't be a problem. The gazes of Bloodblade, Abyssal Primogenitor, and Temporal Island Lord landed on these items. The black-robed black-haired Temporal Island Lord suddenly saw those black metal plates. He waved his hand, causing one of the black metal plates to land in his hand. He casually looked at it before sneering, "These fools from the ancestor mother religion do have some comprehension ability. They actually have such an understanding of the cultivation system of our cosmos." Even though the angle of their pondering is slightly strange, the person recorded on this metal plate should have reached the opening realm. Bloodblade and the Abyssal Primogenitor each picked up a black metal tablet. Those fellows from the ancestor mother religion might be stupid, but their strength is there. It is normal for them to have such a comprehension after researching our cultivation system. Bloodblade evaluated. These fellows have hidden themselves and are secretly learning our cultivation methods. Their strength is also increasing. They might become a disaster in the future, the Abyss Primogenitor said worriedly. There's no need to worry about those fools. The Temporal Island Lord was filled with disdain. Bloodblade waved his hand, causing that bronze lamp to fly over. Bloodblade looked at it before coldly chuckling, "They have come to our place and are still spreading their religion." Dongbo Shuang was obediently listening by the side. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Ancestor mother religion. The cultivation system of our cosmos. Snow Eagle, I'll be taking this lamp away. It's not beneficial for you to keep it. Bloodblade said, "You can keep the rest." The ancestor mother religion's understanding of the law of the world is more unique. It can be considered as analyzing it from another angle. It will still be of some help to you. Yes. Dongbo Shuang waved his hand before keeping everything. Temporal Island Lord and Abyss Primogenitor no longer continued watching. They knew what they needed to know. The most unique and evil lamp had been taken away by God Emperor, and the remaining ones were ordinary. Alright, you can leave now. But remember, be careful if you meet anyone from the ancestor mother religion in the future. They might target you after this matter. Bloodblade said, "These fellows are like locusts, collecting all sorts of precious materials in our cosmos. Bamboo Saint should have collected all sorts of rare and weird materials for them. Now that they are in your hands, they might target you. Bloodshed God Emperor was just saying. This disciple of his was a material realm lord, and was not in any danger of losing his life. Target me? Dongbua Shuang could not help but ask, Teacher, what is the origin of the ancestor mother religion? They are the mysterious experts that I've mentioned to you before. They do not have karmic lines. Blood Blade said. Temporal Island Lord sneered from the side, Blood Blade, those without karmic lines might not be from the ancestor mother religion. Blood Blade laughed after hearing that. He nodded, those without karmic lines have a 99% chance of being from the ancestor mother religion. There is also a slight possibility of them being from other cosmos. Other cosmos? Dongbua Shuang was even more puzzled. Blood Blade did not hide it. Clearly, he felt that Dongbua Shuang would come in contact with these with his strength. The ancestor mother religion came from another cosmos. Their cultivation system is completely different from ours. They do not cultivate the inner world, nor do they comprehend the laws and profound mysteries. They believe in the so-called ancestor mother, and have cultivated an unfathomable fleshy body. Their fleshy body is much stronger than us cultivators. Naturally, they are too weak in the laws and profound mysteries aspect, so playing with them is still easy. Not cultivating the inner world, and not comprehending the laws and profound mysteries, yet they are very strong. Dongbua Shuang did not understand. After cultivating for so many years, he only knew how to comprehend the laws and profound mysteries, transcend, and open one's own Tao. Regardless, realms are the foundation. But the ancestor mother religion that came from another cosmos was completely different. You are too young, and have too little experience. Blood Blade laughed, wait until you become stronger, and experience more. By then, these will no longer be strange. Different cosmoses are entirely different. Like your fifth uncle master, he was brought back from a cosmos that I entered by chance. Thus, you will discover that he does not have any karmic lines either. Fifth uncle master. Dongbua Shuang looked at that black bird. He had always felt that his fifth uncle master was mysterious. Just a feather made him feel that it was unfathomable. But he had always been following his teacher, and did not have any karmic lines either. Dongbua Shuang even suspected that it was some non-living existence. Only now did he know that it came from another cosmos. My master has died, and I am very lonely. Thus, I was lured here by Blood Blade. The black bird muttered. You are the greedy one. Blood Blade chuckled. All right, go. Properly cultivate and try to transcend first. Blood Blade said. Yes. Dongbua Shuang nodded. The ancestor mother religion, fifth uncle master, and other guests from other cosmos, he did not need to be distracted. He should focus on comprehending the laws and profound mysteries and transcend first. Dongbua Shuang respectfully bowed before leaving. Sending off Dongbua Shuang with his eyes, Temporal Island Lord sneered, Blood Blade, you are quite concerned about your disciple. Why are you telling him so much when he is just a stage 4 world deity? Do you think he can't transcend? Blood Blade nonchalantly said. He was confident in his disciple. Temporal Island Lord did not say anything else. Even he felt that with Dongbua Shuang's cultivation speed and profound accumulation of his realm, transcending would be an easy matter. Abyss Primogenitor. Temporal Island Lord turned to Abyss Primogenitor, your disciple's luck is not bad. That pair of deity world creatures actually turned into the starting ground talisman. Ha ha ha. Abyss Primogenitor laughed heartily, his luck is good. There's no helping it. His disciple had subdued 2 deity world creatures. Who would have thought that when these 2 deity world creatures met, they actually turned into 2 lumps of dazzling light and fused together, turning into a talisman. Because there were many experts present at that time, it could not be concealed. Ordinary cultivators and even paragons might not understand what that talisman represented. They only knew that it was definitely some sort of precious treasure. However, rulers knew that it was the key to enter the starting ground. The talisman of the starting ground, when it was split, would be in all sorts of shapes and sizes. It might be 2 pieces of torn cloth, or even 2 real deity world creatures, or even slightly more precious materials. However, the moment the different parts were gathered together, they would immediately fuse together, turning into a talisman. Once the talisman recognized its master, there was no way to snatch it away. Even if it was killed, the talisman would vanish into thin air. In order to obtain it, one needed strength and luck. However, tell him to be careful. Don't die the first time he enters. Temporal Island Lord hurriedly said. Bloodshed God Emperor chuckled from the side. I remember you saying that you once obtained the starting ground talisman, but it's a pity that your avatar died inside during the opening realm. The talisman disappeared, and you no longer have the chance to enter. At least I have obtained it before. You haven't. Temporal Island Lord turned and left. With a swoosh, he flew away and disappeared into the distant void. Blood Blade sent him off with his gaze. He then said softly, I have never been there, but I am much stronger than you. Chapter 641. After meeting his master, Abyss Primogenitor, and Temporal Island Lord, Dongbua Shuang returned to Black Fog Sea to continue his closed-door cultivation. He was clear that he had to transcend first. After comprehending the complete law of the heaven and earth, he would not be in a rush to improve his inner world or his true deity heart. He would also not be in a rush to break free from the river of time. He would still head to the starting ground as a stage 4 world deity. As long as he did not use any combat techniques of the complete law of the heaven and earth at the starting ground, who would know about the laws of the heaven and earth in his mind if he did not say or display them? This was a very normal thing to do. Time passed day by day. Master. A voice reverberated within the underground palace hall. Dongbua Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged within the palace hall, opened his eyes. His eyes were faintly filled with countless divine runes revolving within. Following which, they faded back into nothingness. He asked, What's the matter? There's a guest who wishes to meet Master. This guest is slightly domineering. The spirit continued. Domineering? What's his background? Dongbua Shuang asked. He's an emissary under Water Devil King. The spirit continued, he says he's here under orders, and wants Master to meet him quickly. Dongbua Shuang frowned as he heard that. Water Devil King. Ranked 13th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. One had to know that including the mysterious Pang Yi and the 8 rulers, they occupied 9 spots on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. Including Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, who were not rulers, there were a total of 11. For Water Devil King to be ranked 13th, one could see his strength. His ranking was higher than Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Paragon Huacheng, and White Sovereign King. This Water Devil King isn't someone to be trifled with. Dongbua Shuang thought. Water Devil King. He grasped 2 Daos at the same time, and had reached the pinnacle of both Daos. When the 2 Daos fused together, Water Devil King's combat power was overwhelming, and he was extremely violent and savage. Even the high and mighty rulers could not kill him. In truth, the sovereigns at the very front were all confident in their ability to protect themselves against sovereigns. Like Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, there was no need to talk about them. Monarch Hex Cricket, Water Devil King, and White Sovereign King were all people who dared to challenge rulers. Among them, Monarch Hex Cricket had the mildest temper, while White Sovereign King was crafty and sinister, but he was still polite on the surface. However, the Water Demon King had an eccentric personality. Although he was a powerful expert in the immortal realm, he was addressed as the Demon King. He was extremely powerful and had grasped 2 Daos. Ordinary sovereigns found it difficult to deal with him, which made him even more arrogant. Because the Water Demon King became more and more unbridled, it angered the ancient Primal Master. Although the Primal Master was unable to kill the Water Demon King, he imprisoned the Water Demon King for 300 billion years. The Water Demon King would forever live in a tiny prison the size of a water droplet. 300 billion years later, the Kinderarchean Master finally let the Water Demon King off. Cultivate well and become a ruler as soon as possible. If you continue to be so crazy and violent, I'll imprison you until the universe is destroyed and let you perish along with it. After this calamity, the Water Demon King became much more low profile. At the very least, he would maintain a basic level of respect in front of a ruler. He sent an emissary. Although Dongbu Shuang was puzzled, he still left the underground hall. Within the guest hall, Dongbu Shuang was seated high up in the hall. His personal guard had led the emissary into the hall. Emissary, please. The personal guard led the way to the outside of the hall. The monarch is within. The emissary then entered the hall. Within the hall, other than Dongbu Shuang, there were only a few maids. Take a seat first. Dongbu Shuang said. The emissary bowed slightly before calmly sitting by the side. The maids naturally brought over fruits, delicacies, and wine. This emissary had the appearance of a beast man. He had 2 pointy ears and a cat-like face. He sat there with his back ramrod straight, and the aura he emitted was that of a stage 3 world deity. Monarch, I'm here under the orders of the magnificent Water Demon King. The emissary said. Dongbu Shuang chuckled, the Water Demon King rarely comes out these days. Is he in closed-door cultivation? The magnificent Water Demon King is wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Naturally, he wants to break through to the ruler realm. The emissary confidently said, this time, I'm here under orders because the magnificent Water Demon King requires some treasures for his cultivation. Treasures? Dongbu Shuang felt his heart move. The Water Demon King requires a Sun Star Nucleus Stone. I've heard that Monarch Dongbua has one. The emissary said, thus, I'll have to ask for your help. Dongbua Shuang frowned slightly. Sun Star Nucleus Stone. This Sun Star Nucleus Stone was incredibly precious. As the core material of the Sun Star Nucleus, other than entering the Sun Star to cultivate. It was also an extremely rare material. It could be used for refining treasures, researching flames, and many other uses. Even the ancestor mother religion desired this Sun Star Nucleus Stone. They had ways to sense it from afar. That was why they sent Bamboo Saint. As for the Sun Star Nucleus Stone, most people would not publicize it. Those who dared to publicize it were usually paragons. Shuang could be considered as one of the weaker ones amongst them, but his background and backing were relatively stronger. The Sun Star Nucleus Stone is extremely precious. I have a great use for it too. Dongbua Shuang tactfully rejected. The emissary frowned, the magnificent Water Demon King requires a Sun Star Nucleus Stone. Are you not going to give me this face? Dongbua Shuang did not doubt it. After all, the two Daos of the Water Demon King were related to water. Water and fire were similar yet opposing energies. It was normal for the Water Demon King to research on the opposing Sun Star Nucleus Stone to improve his Daos. If it were an ordinary item, I would be willing to give it to the Water Demon King. But you should have heard that I paid a huge price for this Sun Star Nucleus Stone. After Bamboo Saint snatched it away, I even killed my way to the Ink Bamboo Great Land to snatch it back. Dongbua Shuang said, it is extremely important to me. I have no other choice. The emissary felt frustrated. He then said, Monarch, the magnificent Water Demon King has also asked me to bring a treasure to exchange for the Sun Star Nucleus Stone. Monarch, why don't you take a look first? Oh. Dongbua Shuang said. Monarch, please take a look. The emissary waved his hand contentedly. A drop of golden liquid floated in front of him. There were many runes moving on the golden liquid. This is the third volume of the Absolute Art One-Line Attraction. Monarch can receive it once. Dongbo Shui Ying's expression sank when he heard that. The one-line attraction was extremely famous. It was one of the absolute arts passed down by the Lake Heart Island master according to the intelligence he knew. The one-line attraction originally had 6 drops of golden liquid. And strangely, these 6 drops of golden liquid would not appear in the same cosmos epoch. In a cosmos epoch, at most 5 drops would appear at the same time. According to the cultivation content, of the 6 drops, the first 2 volumes were for world deities to cultivate. The third volume was for ordinary true deities to cultivate. The fourth volume was for paragons to cultivate. The fifth volume was for rulers to cultivate. The sixth volume was even higher. From this, one could see the strength of the strongest existences in the cosmos epochs. Even the self-created absolute arts were so terrifying. It's just the third volume. Without the first and second volume, I can't cultivate it. Dongbo Shuang said coldly. Monarch, you can use it as a reference. The emissary said. It's a pity that I'm a stage 4 world deity. Dongbo Shuang said indifferently. An absolute art that couldn't be cultivated nor comprehended was only passed down once. And he wanted to exchange it for the Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. His blood demon scripture was also one of the 6 great inheritances of the ancestor devil. In order to get Ripple Lady Planet Master's help, he had even sent a disciple to learn the first half of the blood demon scripture. He had even promised to help her complete the array diagram. Furthermore, he had to offer the void black soil and 12 precious materials in exchange for a single Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. Just an incomplete and useless Absolute Arts third volume, and he wanted to take away the Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. The difference in value was more than 10 times. The Sun-Star Nucleus Stone is extremely important to me. Forgive me for not being able to give it to the Water Demon King. Dongbo Shuang stood up. Monarch Dongbua, the magnificent Water Demon King needs this Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. Do you dare to go against him? The emissary was anxious. The Water Demon King had always been eccentric. In the past, he didn't even place the rulers in his eyes. Even though he had suffered a lesson from Primal Master, he still respected the rulers. He treated other paragons with disdain. As for a stage 4 world deity like Dongbo Shuang, he didn't place him in his eyes at all. He felt that if he gave Dongbo Shuang a way out, wouldn't he hand it over obediently? After so many years, he was already used to it. How would ordinary powerful existences dare to go against him when they heard the name, Water Demon King? They would obediently hand it over with both hands. Because the trade was unfair, there were many who secretly complained about him. After all, the title, Demon King, was not just in name. Go against me? Dongbo Shui Ying's gaze turned cold. A stage 3 world deity like you dares to shout in front of me? Hong Dongbo Shui Ying's gaze turned cold. A terrifying surging energy wrapped around the emissary. The emissary felt the world turning dark. A terrifying energy pressed down on him, rendering him unable to move, see, or hear anything. When he regained his senses, he raised his head and discovered that he was already outside the gates of Monarch Dongbu's residence. Scram! A voice exploded in his ears. The emissary felt his heart trembling. Too daring, too daring. The emissary didn't dare to find trouble with Dongbo Shuang. He was a stage 3 world deity. Dongbo Shuang could kill him with a flip of his hand. Within the palace hall, Dongbo Shui Ying's eyes were filled with coldness. Previously, he felt a strand of ridicule and disdain from Leaf Saint. But this time, the disdain from Water Demon King was even stronger. But Dongbo Shuang had to admit, being a terrifying existence that could challenge rulers, he had the qualifications to do so. I might be a small stage 4 world deity, but does Water Demon King have the guts to act so atrociously in my Black Fog Sea? Dongbo Shuang sneered. Bloodshed God Palace territory. It was fine if it was an ordinary battle, but for someone at Water Demon King's level to dare to act, much less Dongbu Shuang, he could even act against any powerful existence that relied on Blood Blade. Blood Blade would appear and act at any moment. This was also the responsibility of relying on Blood Blade. Blood Blade. Otherwise, why would those powerful existences rely on them? Blood Blade was ranked first on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, and his deterrence was even stronger than Primal Master's. Dongbu Shuang originally did not wish to offend Water Demon King. As long as Water Demon King paid a slightly fair price, he did not care even if he suffered a small loss. After all, Chihua Laozu did not use the Sun Star Nucleus Stone, and he temporarily did not need it either. But he wanted to take it away after paying a price that was practically free. The Sun Star Nucleus Stone was not that cheap. He chased away that emissary. Following that, everything was as calm as usual. Water Demon King did not use any other methods. Clearly, he was still fearful of rulers, and even more fearful of Blood Blade. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 years had passed since Bamboo Saint's death. I feel that I have accumulated quite a bit of experience. The laws of the world in the unseen world are also blurry, and I can grasp them at any moment. But I still can't comprehend them. It seems that burying my head in cultivation isn't too suitable. I should do as Big Brother Hua Cheng said, and go out and experience all sorts of sceneries and experiences. Who knows, a certain scene or experience might stimulate me. Dongbu Shuang spoke to his wife before leaving the Black Fog Sea by himself. He began roaming the world in search of opportunities to transcend. Chapter 642. The territory of the Bloodshed God Palace occupied 30% of the entire deity world. It was vast. Dongbu Shuang was walking around many places, searching for opportunities to transcend. Cloud Card Planet. Within an ordinary small city, within an ordinary courtyard, an old carpenter was currently carving a design on a chair. The ground was filled with wood shavings. Old uncle. A green-robed teenager walked out from the house. My body is almost fully recovered. It is time for me to leave. Many thanks for saving my life. The old carpenter's appearance was 70% similar to Dongbu Shuang. It was just that his old hair had turned white. Clearly, this was Dongbu Shuang's transformation. He had roamed around the deity world, staying in one place for decades like a mortal. His appearance would gradually age, and when he was old enough, he would quietly leave. He would start a new life in another place. Kid, your injuries have yet to fully recover. Dongbu Shuang straightened his back. He even massaged his waist before walking over with his hunched back. You can just stay here and rest well. It won't be too late to leave when your body has recovered. Old uncle, I will only bring you trouble if I stay here. The teenager said. Ha ha ha, your old uncle's hair has turned white, and I am alone. Why would I be afraid of trouble? Dongbu Shuang laughed. He even coughed twice. Even if you don't say, I can guess it. That night when I saved you, the entire city was searching for you, right? The green-robed teenager laughed awkwardly. He knew that the old uncle in front of him must have guessed it. After all, during the search, he had described his appearance, clothes, and injuries clearly. How could he not guess it? You can just stay here peacefully. This old uncle is alone, and you can accompany me. Dongbu Shuang said with his hunched back. He coughed twice before turning back to carve the design on the chair. Old uncle, you keep coughing. You have to get some medicine. The green-robed teenager said with concern. It's just an old illness. It's fine. Dongbu Shuang's transformed body was like an ordinary mortal. He would age and fall sick. Suddenly, Dongbu Shuang looked outside. Dong dong dong, soon, a faint rumbling sound came from outside the courtyard. The green-clothed youth's expression changed drastically. He immediately leaped onto the roof and was about to run away. However, a loud and clear sound rang out in the sky, and many flying beasts quickly flew over. The flying beasts were all covered in armor, and there were warriors on them. They quickly covered the sky. Peng! The courtyard door was directly smashed into pieces. One by one, soldiers riding on berserk beasts charged in. The green-clothed youth raised his head and looked at the dozens of flying soldiers in the sky. He revealed a look of despair and returned to the courtyard. Among the group of soldiers in the courtyard, a well-dressed young man riding a white-furred beast came to the front. He looked at the green-robed young man with a cold smile on his face. "My dear little brother, isn't it better for you to obediently be a puppet emperor? You will be able to enjoy a life of luxury and beautiful women. Become a puppet emperor. But you're sending me to my death," the green-clothed youth said angrily. "Don't think that I don't know. 3 years later, the deities will descend and take away the power of faith. When they discover that the power of faith is gone, I, the emperor, will most likely be killed. And if my guess is correct, the evil god behind you will also act against me very soon. He will control my soul and turn me into a truly loyal puppet. To me, that would be even worse than death. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You know quite a lot," the well-dressed young man exclaimed. "I've really underestimated you. You're my elder brother. Why are you treating me like this?" The green-clothed youth was furious. "Who asked us to be in the royal family? Who asked me to have hundreds of brothers and sisters?" The well-dressed young man sighed. 3 years later, the deities will descend. Before they descend, we must disguise ourselves well. We must also prepare a scapegoat. We must not leave any flaws. All right, it's time for you to return." The green-clothed youth gritted his teeth and looked at his surroundings in despair. "I can return with you, but you must promise me to let Uncle go. He's just an ordinary person." "Is it him?" The well-dressed young man glanced at the hunchback Dongbu Shuang and sneered. "I've said it before. We must not leave any flaws. God's envoy, kill him," the well-dressed young man ordered. "Yes, Your Highness," a black-robed man replied respectfully. "No, no. If you continue acting like this, I'll kill myself." The green-clothed youth gritted his teeth. "My younger brother, you actually have the courage to kill yourself? Don't worry. In front of me, a mere mortal like you won't be able to kill yourself." The well-dressed young man smiled. A formless heaven and earth energy had already wrapped around the green-clothed youth. "Just accept your fate. This is the fate that I've arranged for you." The green-clothed youth's eyes turned red. He glanced at Dongbu Shuang and said, "Uncle, I've implicated too many people. I've implicated you as well." "Oh. So it's related to stealing faith energy." Dongbu Shuang coughed twice and said, "Faith energy is something that the upper echelons of the deity world require. Every single star has to hand it over. To think that an evil god would dare to steal faith energy. How audacious." As Shuang was speaking, the black-robed man who was walking over took a step forward. However, he remained motionless, only his eyeballs moving. The well-dressed young man's expression changed drastically. When he heard every single star has to hand over, and saw that the god's envoy wasn't moving at all, he knew that he was in big trouble. Master, there's trouble." The well-dressed young man hurriedly cried for help. Very soon, boom. The heaven and earth trembled. From afar, an incomparably majestic figure that was glowing with golden light appeared. Both his feet were on the ground, and even his knees were above the clouds. His gigantic body was even floating in the void. A towering figure of over 10,000 kilometers was simply too huge for a star that was merely tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. The 10,000-mile-tall god spirit looked down with a pair of furious eyes, looking down at the small city and the slightly hunchbacked old carpenter in the small courtyard. Dongbo Shuang raised his head and looked at the godly spirit with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mighty God! Countless people on this star were so frightened that they knelt down when they saw this towering godly spirit. Who are you? The towering godly spirit roared in anger. Little fellow, your guts are quite big. Dongbo Shuang stretched out his hand, and the towering godly spirit's body shrunk uncontrollably as it flew towards Dongbo Shuaying's palm. Very soon, it turned into the size of an ant as it landed on Dongbo Shuaying's palm. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The well-dressed young man and his subordinates in the small courtyard, as well as the green-robed young man, stared at this scene in shock. The towering godly spirit actually shrunk and flew into the palm of this old carpenter. From today onwards, you shall be this little fellow's servant. Dongbo Shuang instructed. With a wave of his hand, the godly spirit immediately transformed into a gray-robed old man and knelt down respectfully. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. He was very clear that only a world deity would be able to do such a thing. After all, he was in existence in the middle stage of the deity realm. Senior. The well-dressed young man knelt down in an instant. Dongbo Shuang looked at the green-robed young man and smiled. Formless world energy immediately seeped into the body of the green-robed young man, changing his body rapidly, turning it into a transcendent. Dongbo Shuang said, since you are still thinking of this old uncle at the very end, I shall help you out in the end. Consider it as fate between the two of us. Old uncle. The green-robed young man was stunned. Even a fool would know that this old uncle in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. He was most likely a big shot of the deity world who had lived for countless years. Senior, I'm afraid that I might be exposed when you come back to collect the faith energy 3 years later. The gray-robed old man was somewhat afraid. Dongbo Shuang waved his hand and tossed a small faith energy stone over. It's more than enough to make up for the debt you owe me. The gray-robed old man was instantly overjoyed. Brat, take care of yourself. Dongbo Shuang looked at the green-robed young man before disappearing into thin air. Only then did the gray-robed old man heave a sigh of relief. He walked over to the green-robed young man's side and asked, Master, who is this senior? I don't know. All I know is that everyone calls him Old Man Dongbo, the green-robed young man replied in a daze. Old Man Dongbo. The gray-robed old man was stunned. There aren't many world deities with the name Dongbo. Only those from the legendary monarch Dongbo's mansion can be found. That person is a legendary existence. Dongbo Shuaying's reputation in the deity world was simply too great. He had shocked everyone during the myriad flower feast and had become a disciple of God Emperor. It was said that he had even killed powerful existences. His reputation amongst the countless deities was much higher than that of the Calm Sea Prefecture Master. He should be someone from the monarch Dongbo's mansion, the gray-robed old man guessed. After leaving the cloud card planet, Dongbo Shuaying's appearance rapidly changed. His mortal body rapidly transformed back into his true body. He regained his youthful appearance. A powerful and terrifying aura was naturally emitted. This was the appearance of Monarch Dongbo. I've traveled across many planets for 3,000 years, yet I have yet to transcend. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. It seems that it is too difficult to touch me given my cultivation heart realm. Even though, leaving the Bloodshed God Palace's territory might be slightly troublesome, it's better for me to make a trip there. I'll first go to the Moon Star. Dongbo Shuang immediately tore open a time-space tunnel. With a step, he entered the colorful time-space tunnel and rushed towards the Moon Star. He originally did not wish to leave the Bloodshed God Palace's territory. It was mainly because he was afraid of Water Devil King and the Ancestor Mother religion. Naturally, he felt that Water Devil King would not be so foolish to act. That time, Water Devil King sent his subordinates, most likely because he wanted to use his name to intimidate Dongbo Shuang, forcing Dongbo Shuang to hand over the treasures under his reverence. But Dongbo Shuang had, after all, cultivated by leaps and bounds. He was naturally prideful in his heart, unlike those old fellows who could endure silently. The possibility of Water Devil King acting is extremely low. But the Ancestor Mother religion, are they really going to act just for some precious materials from Bamboo Saint? Dongbu Shuang thought, their vision is so narrow. But he did not know. The Ancestor Mother religion could not collect them on a large scale. They could only rely on Bamboo Saint and other experts from the deity world and abyss. Furthermore, other than Bamboo Saint who deliberately collected them, ordinary powerful existences and paragons would usually not collect so many strange things. Nevertheless, these were what the Ancestor Mother religion urgently needed. Within the Ancestor Mother religion's ancient towering palace hall, a huge green-brown-skinned hunk with 2 fangs and a few rags wrapped around his body slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still filled with boundless warmth, causing the atmosphere in the palace hall to become cheerful and warm. Dongbu Shuang, we've left the Bloodshed God Palace's territory. The huge fanged hunk chuckled and nodded, it's time to bring back those precious materials. Chapter 643. Protector Qian. The huge fanged hunk softly muttered. His voice reverberated within a silent secret room. Within this room, there was an ape-like wild beast sitting cross-legged like a human. He had golden fur and a calm expression. When he heard the voice of the religious leader, he opened his eyes. It was a pair of golden eyes, filled with devotion and love. This golden-haired monkey stood up, and the door to the secret room automatically opened. Hua! With a single step, he traversed a great distance, arriving outside the bronze door of the majestic palace hall. The bronze door automatically opened. The golden-haired monkey was still like a wild beast as he walked in. The bronze door closed once again. Religious leader. The golden-haired monkey also sat cross-legged. Protector Qian, there's a matter that requires your help. The huge fanged hunk said. Religious leader, please speak. The golden-haired monkey warmly said. The huge fanged hunk continued, in this cultivator cosmos, there is a person called Dongbu Shuang. Previously, he killed the true body of Bamboo Saint and snatched away all the precious materials we need. Even though he is a stage 4 world deity, he has a combat power close to that of a paragon. His defense is formidable, and in the cultivator cosmos, even an apex paragon could barely injure him. Because his defense is too strong, we have to trouble you to act. I understand. The golden-haired monkey nodded, he must have brought those precious materials with him. I can't be sure. But those materials are very important to us. But to the experts of the cultivator cosmos, they aren't that important. They would at most use them to refine some external items. Thus, Dongbu Shuang shouldn't place too much importance on these materials. The huge fanged hunk said. Indeed. To Dongbu Shuang, these materials couldn't even be compared to a true god weapon. But since these materials could attract the attention of this religious leader, their value to them was even more important than a true god weapon. It's just that they were outsiders and could not wantonly collect them. After all, they did not have any karmic lines, and it would be easy for them to be discovered. His teacher is Blood Blade. The moment he meets us, Blood Blade might rush over. The huge fanged hunk said, fortunately, Dongbu Shuang has already left the Bloodshed God Palace territory. Looking at the direction of his time-space tunnel, he should be rushing towards the moon star. Before he reaches the moon star, kill him quickly. Kill him and take the treasures, then leave immediately. Yes. The golden-haired monkey nodded. In his hometown, among the protector-level experts, he was one of the top 3 terrifying existences, equivalent to the position of Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction in Dongbu Shuaying's universe. You must do your best and be fast. You know how important these precious materials are to us, said the huge fanged man. I will inform you of Dongbu Shuaying's location from time to time. Let's go. The golden-haired monkey bowed respectfully and left. Within the space-time tunnel, Dongbo Shuang was traveling at a high speed, and the space around him was distorted. Moon star. Dongbo Shuang was looking forward to it. I've been to the sun star before. I wonder how special the moon star is. Although there were records of it, it was even more shocking to experience it personally. The moon star and the sun star were both aggressive and unsuitable for survival. However, the sun star was violent and destructive. At its peak, it contained the energy of life. The moon star was different. The moon star wasn't as aggressive, but it was more sinister. The deeper one went, the more one's body might be able to withstand it, but unknowingly, one would be frozen into a statue. Even one's true deity heart would be frozen to death. On the sun star, it was easy to stop if one felt that one couldn't withstand it. But on the moon star, one had to take it easy. Amen. Dongbo Shuang suddenly felt the surrounding spacetime trembling. What is this? Dongbo Shuang stared in front of him in astonishment. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Dongbo Shuang tried his best to look carefully, and he could barely see a blurry figure within the dazzling golden light. Following which, that figure waved its palm. At the instant it waved its palm, the radiance on that palm instantly erupted, while the radiance on its body dimmed. Monkey? Dongbo Shuang saw it clearly. This was a golden-haired monkey emitting golden light. The golden-haired monkey's eyes were filled with benevolence. That huge hairy palm rapidly expanded as it slapped towards Shuang. It was as if it had turned into a huge continent. This huge palm seemed boundless. Every single hair on that hairy palm was like a towering tree. The surrounding spacetime had completely frozen, and the flow of energy had stopped. Dongbo Shuaying's expression changed. It wasn't because the other party did not have any karmic lines. After all, after leaving the Bloodshed God Palace territory, Dongbo Shuang was prepared to be ambushed by the ancestor mother religion. At this moment, it caused his expression to change. It was because the power of this palm was too terrifying. That huge hairy palm enveloped him, and its power far surpassed the feeling Monarch Green gave him. It was even comparable to the pressure brought by rulers like Blood Blade, Temporal Island Lord, and Abyss Primogenitor. Naturally, because Monarch Green, Blood Blade, and Temporal Island Lord did not deliberately release their aura when they met with Dongbo Shuang, and it was not a battle, the pressure they emitted was naturally not that strong. But, this palm was ultimately too powerful. This power made Dongbo Shuaying's heart tremble uncontrollably. This was an instinct of life. Facing that sword from White Sovereign King, he did not fear it. But facing this palm, he was terrified. Because the pressure brought by this palm far surpassed that of that sword. Dongbo Shuang even had a premonition that if he were to face it head-on, even with the protection of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, he would be smashed into smithereens in an instant. His body and soul would be extinguished. Is this the power of the ancestor mother religion? The experts they sent out are so powerful. Dongbo Shuang was stunned. His teacher, Blood Blade, Temporal Island Lord, and the others had used the words fools and fools to describe the ancestor mother religion, yet the one they sent to deal with him was already this powerful. The huge hairy palm rapidly enveloped him. As it got closer, the hairs on that huge palm became as big as heavenly pillars. This palm had completely filled the limits of Dongbo Shuaying's senses. That's right, regardless of how he sensed, this palm had already enveloped his entire region. He could neither dodge nor evade. Dongbo Shuang looked up. He could feel this terrifying power. Formidable. Dongbo Shuang praised. At the same time, he held a talisman in his hand. That was the talisman that would allow him to head to the starting ground. With just a thought. South, Dongbo Shuang disappeared. He completely disappeared from this time-space. Saying it was slow. The golden-haired monkey had directly sent out a palm the moment he appeared. Dongbo Shuang did not have any thoughts of resisting. He immediately relied on the talisman to head to the starting ground. Before leaving, he even transmitted a message to his teacher, Blood Blade. Teacher, there's an enemy who wants to kill me. He has the appearance of a golden-haired monkey. There are no karmic lines binding him. He seems to be an expert from the ancestor mother religion. Chapter 644. At the same time. Bloodshed God Palace, within that hidden underground palace hall. Blood Blade, who was currently comprehending the Cosmos Cauldron, received a transmission from Dongbu Shuang. His expression changed slightly. Golden-haired monkey appearance? Ancestor mother religion. He was able to ascertain the location of Dongbu Shuang through karma. But closely following that. Hua. That avatar of Dongbu Shuang disappeared, and so did his karma. Gone. Blood Blade's eyes were filled with fury. He could not sense anything through karma, and under normal circumstances, there was only one possibility: he was dead. Naturally, the true body of Dongbu Shuang in the Xia people's world was still alive, but the avatar that was originally with the golden-haired monkey had completely disappeared. Even the karma could not be sensed. Blood Blade would naturally think that this avatar of Dongbu Shuang had been killed. After all, even with the experience of Blood Blade, he only knew of a few possibilities that could cause karma to disappear, and all of them were rare to rulers. Truly savage. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Blood Blade. Following that, he disappeared. Who? After activating the talisman, Dongbu Shuang felt the surrounding cosmos energy gently protecting him. It was much more comfortable than piercing through spacetime. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination. Dongbu Shuang looked in all directions. He was surrounded by a primal chaos void, and beneath Dongbu Shuang's feet was a piece of land. This land was just a few dozen kilometers in size. My eyes, my ears. Dongbu Shuang was startled. His eyesight was incredibly strong. He could even clearly see the patterns on the back of an ant from hundreds of millions of miles away. His hearing could even hear all kinds of vibrations. Even when he closed his eyes, he could still hear everything in the vast area around him. And at this moment, Dongbu Shuang discovered that this land was just a few dozen kilometers in size, and he could not see it clearly. His ears could only hear the sound of the wind, and he couldn't hear the countless waves at all. This feeling was far inferior to when he was one with the world as a mortal. It was as if he was an ordinary mortal when he was young. Mortal. Dongbu Shuang stretched out his right hand and clenched it. There was no explosion in space, not even the fluctuation of air being compressed. My luminous sun force. World deity energy. Dongbu Shuang could clearly feel the dormant energy within his body, but his luminous sun force and world deity energy remained motionless. He was unable to mobilize them at all. What happened? Dongbu Shuang felt that his strength had become very ordinary. He pulled out a flying knife from his waist. Because he couldn't even release his consciousness ripples, the true god weapon flying knife was like an ordinary flying knife. Dongbu Shuang took the flying dagger and gently slid it across his palm. Suddenly, a wound appeared. What? Although Dongbu Shuang had some guesses, he saw his incomparably strong body being cut by a light cut, and he was even bleeding. I've become immortal. Dongbu Shuang kept the flying dagger back into the scabbard by his waist. He looked around and was at a loss of what to do. He, Dongbu Shuang, had cultivated for many years, and possessed overwhelming combat power that was close to that of a paragon. But after activating the talisman and being teleported to the starting ground, he had actually become immortal. Dongbu Shuang looked at the land in front of him that spanned a few dozen kilometers. In the distance, there were rows of trees. The trees were filled with shade, and green leaves fluttered in the wind. Behind the trees, there were some simple and unadorned stone houses. Other than the trees, there were also flower beds and grasslands. In the distance, there was a stream flowing, and there were even fishes leaping out of the water. There was also a wooden bridge that spanned across the river. In the center of the entire land, there were 3 scattered grass houses. The withered grass on the grass houses were slightly yellow. Everything was filled with natural beauty. This is the starting ground? Dongbu Shuang was puzzled. He had thought of many possibilities. He would be able to teleport to the starting ground from any location in the universe, even if the ancient ruins were suppressing him. He would also be able to teleport to any location in the universe from the starting ground. According to the information, even sovereigns would most likely die here. Dongbu Shuang had thought that this was an extremely dangerous place. But now, from the looks of it, it seemed to be a place for him to relax. Pa! A sound suddenly rang out from afar. Dongbu Shuang looked over. It came from one of the unremarkable stone houses behind the trees at the edge of the land. The door of one of the stone houses was pushed open, and a white-haired old man dressed in cloth walked out. There's actually someone here. Dongbu Shuang held his breath. There was actually someone else in the starting ground? Little fellow, do you feel like you've become immortal? The old man chuckled as he walked over, shouting from afar, cultivating every day is so tiring. Isn't it better to let you experience the feeling of being immortal once again? The flowers are so fragrant, and the leaves are so beautiful. You have almost forgotten the feeling of being immortal. Dongbu Shuang was startled. The feeling of being immortal? That's right. His eyesight was terrifying. Even if it was a green leaf, his gaze would be able to penetrate it and see its insides. In his eyes, a green leaf was like a continent. He could see through the inner workings of the green leaf, and all its secrets. In fact, if he closed his eyes and took a whiff, he would be able to discern the countless minute components of the fragrance. Sometimes, the world will be more interesting if things are a bit more blurry. The old man laughed. Back then, the ancestor constructed this place for the sake of relaxing, for the sake of reminiscing the feeling of being immortal. No matter how strong you are, even sovereigns would be no different from mortals here. This is the rule of the starting ground. Dongbu Shuang began to understand. This was the rule set down by the ancestor. Once they came, they would be no different from mortals. Since I can't use the laws and profound mysteries, I can't display my strength. How can I tell the difference in strength? Dongbu Shuang asked, isn't the starting ground extremely dangerous? Don't be hasty. The old man said. You will soon experience a near-death experience. Calm down first. I can tell that your heart isn't calm at all. Dongbu Shuang couldn't help but feel ashamed. His state of mind was indeed affected. After all, ever since he became a transcendent, he had never felt this feeling of being immortal again. Even if he disguised himself as a mortal and roamed the world, it was still a disguise. But now, in this starting ground, under the rules of the starting ground, he was now a true mortal. Any blade could easily cut through his skin. Even his strength was very weak. It would be amazing if he could lift a few hundred kilograms. Karma. Dongbu Shuang was startled. The karma here. You can't sense karma? The old man asked. My true body in the outside world can't sense this body of mine. Dongbu Shuang nodded. This was too inconceivable. In the past, if he couldn't sense karma, he would be dead. But now, he was perfectly fine in the starting ground. Although his true body couldn't sense karma, his memories could still be exchanged. This is the influence of the starting ground. The old man said. Kid, you are still weak. You are only a stage 4. Your cultivation base is also low. How much of this world have you seen? Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 645. Dongbu Shuang nodded. He was currently ranked in the top 50 on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. To many cultivators, he was absolutely an existence standing at the peak. But the higher he stood, the more he would interact with. Dongbu Shuang discovered that there were too many unknowns. Didn't you say that you would experience danger? The old man laughed. Come, I'll bring you there. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Danger is accompanied by opportunity. Even though it is a narrow escape for you, the moment you succeed, your future path will be much wider. The old man said as he walked into the distance. Dongbo Shuang obediently followed behind. The two of them were currently like mortals. Naturally, they walked slowly like mortals. After walking for an hour, they finally reached a distance of 20 kilometers. There were 5 huge trees here. Each tree required several people to surround. The old man walked to the tree on the left. Follow me. The moment his body touched the tree, he passed through it. Dongbo Shuang turned back. I actually took so long to walk 20 kilometers. He then laughed and walked towards that tree. The moment his body touched the tree, he passed through space. Hua! This was an incomparably vast world. The moment Dongbo Shuang entered, he felt his strength completely recover. His body regained its powerful strength. He could even mobilize the world deity energy and luminous sun force in his body. He stood in midair, looking at the scenery of this world. This vast world had a continuous chain of mountains. Incomparably far away, on top of a mountain, there was a golden axe stabbed into it. Do you see that axe? The white-haired old man also stood in midair and said with a smile. Dongbo Shuang nodded. He was inwardly startled. Even after entering this Eden world, he still could not sense the strength of this old man. It was as though he was an ordinary person. Very good. The white-haired old man nodded. He then turned his gaze towards a distant icy mountain peak. That mountain peak was formed entirely from ice. Through the ice, one could faintly see a figure within. Dongbo Shuaying's eyesight was extremely good. At a glance, he discovered that the sleeping figure had sat up and stretched. Crack, crack, crack. The entire ice mountain began to split into 2 sides, forming a huge crack. The crack extended from the top of the mountain all the way to where the sleeping figure was. That figure then flew out and stood on one of the peaks of the ice mountain. This was a man wearing rags and standing there barefoot. He stood there lazily as his gaze landed on Dongbo Shuang in the distance. He couldn't help but smirk as his body released a terrifying aura. Boom! The terrifying aura from his body suddenly rushed out in all directions, and even the space exploded. One could see the distorted space ripples with the naked eye. For a moment, the space within 100 million miles around him was twisting. With a faint smile on his face, the man looked at Dongbo Shuang and said, "So, you are my opponent this time?" Opponent? Dongbo Shuaying's expression had changed long ago. The strength of this aura made Dongbo Shuang feel an immense pressure. Little brat. The white-haired old man said, "This is your opponent. Your test is, to pull out that axe while he is blocking you. As long as you can pull out that axe, you will have passed the test. Wait until your strength reaches the world realm before you enter." I don't need to defeat him. Dongbo Shuang was stunned. Defeat him? The white-haired old man was astonished as well. He shook his head, not at that time. How could you defeat him? Although his realm is very low, only world deity realm. He hasn't reached a higher realm, but he is practically the strongest existence in the world deity realm. Dongbo Shuang was puzzled. He hasn't opened his own Dao. No. The white-haired old man said, his realm is comparable to your stage 4 world deities. Dongbo Shuang nodded lightly. In the starting ground, the classification of strength was mainly based on one's realm. World deity realm, world realm, pioneer realm, ruler realm. For example, although Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was a stage 4 world deity, he had opened his own Dao, which belonged to the pioneer realm. A stage 4 world deity, I can't defeat him. Dongbo Shuang thought. Although he felt that the opponent's aura was very strong, Dongbo Shuaying's extreme annihilation mysterious body's defense was also strong enough. You don't need to defeat him. You just need to pull out that axe. The white-haired old man said, remember, don't be careless. Although his realm is ordinary, his strength is extremely strong. He is the most terrifying world deity that my old ancestor has ever found after traveling through countless universes. The Grand Ancestor studied his body and reconstructed an identical body here. He even copied the memories of the other party. Dongbo Shuang nodded. The most terrifying world deity that the old ancestor who built the starting ground had ever encountered. How strong could he be? Don't be caught by him. Once he catches you and swallows you into his body, you'll be dead. The white-haired old man said, his body's structure can even digest true god weapons. Dongbo Shuang was speechless. In his hometown, he is an extremely special existence. Otherwise, my old ancestor wouldn't have spent so much effort to research his body. The white-haired old man smiled, I hope you can survive under his hands. Begin. The white-haired old man suddenly shouted. The aura of the lazy man standing at the peak of the distant icy mountain suddenly soared. Hong hong hong. On the surface of his exposed skin, purplish gold veins appeared. At the edge of his face, purplish gold veins also appeared. On both sides, the purplish gold veins intertwined all the way to his eyes, just like the purplish gold veins on his eyebrows. Both his eyes were emitting a purplish gold light. His hair was also emitting a purplish gold light. His aura had risen by more than a level. The entire space of this Eden world was trembling slightly. There were even many miniature black holes forming around his body. These black holes wanted to expand, but they were soon shattered by the distorted void. Dongbo Shuang could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He even had the misconception that he had met that golden-haired monkey previously. Such a monster is a world deity. Dongbo Shuang found it hard to believe. As I said, this is the most terrifying world deity the old ancestor has ever seen. The white-haired old man said, be careful, he is coming. Within the ancient towering palace hall of the ancestor mother religion. Hua! Two figures appeared out of thin air. The huge fanged hunk grabbed onto the golden-haired monkey. Many thanks, religious leader. The golden-haired monkey said. Since Blood Blade has acted, we can't be careless. Naturally, we have to bring you back as soon as possible. The huge fanged hunk exclaimed, previously, you said that Dongbo Shuang disappeared? That's right, he disappeared. The golden-haired monkey nodded, there are only a few in this cosmos who could do this in front of me. Only those few specialized in escaping techniques. The huge fanged hunk frowned, I've received news that the karma of this avatar of Dongbo Shuang has disappeared as well. What? The golden-haired monkey was shocked, the karma disappeared. There were many possibilities of escaping. But not only did he escape, even the karma disappeared mysteriously. That was extraordinary. It seems that this monarch Dongbo has an extraordinary treasure on him. The huge fanged hunk chuckled, we have to pay more attention to him in the future. We have to investigate what treasure he has that allowed him to escape so easily from you, and even hide the karma. At the void where the golden-haired monkey and Dongbo Shuang met, the crimson-robed Blood Blade appeared here. His eyes were cold as he looked around. Blood Blade was filled with killing intent. If it were an internal battle within the cosmos, Dongbo Shuang could only blame his disciple for losing an avatar. After all, there was a tacit understanding between rulers. But the ancestor mother religion? Daring to kill his disciple? Blood Blade could not tolerate it. Time, rewind. Blood Blade coldly said. His voice was like an order. The surrounding time started rewinding. Even though that golden-haired monkey had used a technique to isolate others from probing. But to the number one on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, Blood Blade, he could still forcefully investigate what happened in the past. Very soon, the past appeared. That golden-haired monkey waved his palm. Its power has reached the ruler level. Blood Blade softly nodded, but its realm is still rough. The ancestor mother religion actually hid such an expert. Closely following that, Following that palm, Dongbu Shuang disappeared. Blood Blade was stunned. He stared blankly at this scene. He originally thought that his disciple had been killed, causing the karma to disappear. But the scene before him told him that his disciple had escaped by himself. This brat. Blood Blade, who was originally filled with killing intent and had a cold expression, suddenly grinned. It seems that I, as his teacher, have underestimated my disciple. Chapter 646. Within the grotto heaven. The aura emitted by the barefooted man caused the entire grotto heaven to tremble. Following which, he exerted force with his feet. Rumble. More than half of the ice mountain beneath his feet crumbled. However, he transformed into a golden beam of light and pounced forward. His speed was so fast that even Dongbu Shuang was speechless. Just his flying speed alone is 3 times faster than mine. He is comparable to a peak supremacy. What's more troublesome is that the entire grotto heaven is under his control. I'm actually unable to use my world energy. Dongbu Shuang thought to himself. If he could use his world energy, he could directly condense a world clone at the axe's head and pull it out. Sky Dome Fog Prison. With a thought, Dongbu Shuang's luminous sun force flew out of his body. Countless white beams of light flew out. This is my territory. The man in rags stopped. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Weng. Countless cold chi appeared in the grotto heaven. The temperature plummeted. Layers of ice appeared on the vast land. Even the luminous sun force flying in the sky was frozen. Countless snowflakes appeared. Each snowflake contained a power that far surpassed the luminous sun force. The snowflakes covered every corner of the space. Dongbu Shuang was unable to dodge. He could only resist it with his body. The luminous sun force on the surface of the black armor could not resist it at all. The snowflakes landed on the surface of the armor. However, the black armor was an absolute art created by the owner of Lake Heart Island. It easily resisted the snowflakes. These snowflakes are too terrifying. Even my luminous sun force has been frozen. Dongbu Shuang was speechless. Moreover, it's everywhere. Even a stage 4 with weaker defenses would probably freeze to death here. 9 out of 10 was definitely not a lie. Currently, the vast land was covered in silver. Countless snowflakes floated down. The man in rags stood in mid-air and laughed coldly. Interesting. I thought you would freeze to death. In his memories. With this move, he could freeze countless opponents to death. Heart Realm. With a thought, Dongbu Shuang performed the only illusion technique among the 5 great secret skills. Because he lived in the Black Fog Sea for a long time, he naturally often went to comprehend the illusory world in the Black Fog. Over the years, he had also created a terrifying illusory technique. Even ordinary great existences with a slightly weaker cultivation heart would fall for it. The power of this move lay in whether one could withstand it or not. Just look at the soul. Was his soul strong enough? Was his mental state high enough? If they failed, they would be trapped in the heart realm and killed by Dongbu Shuang. Dongbu Shuang looked into the distance. Formless ripples spread out, and in an instant, it struck the barefooted man in rags. The moment it struck, Dongbu Shuang's heart skipped a beat. There's a soul. Very good. Because the opponent was created by the ancestor who created the starting ground, and had memories added to it, strictly speaking, it was not a real life. Dongbu Shuang was worried that the opponent was a puppet. If the opponent did not have a soul, then the effects of his illusory technique would be greatly reduced. While attacking, Dongbu Shuang discovered that the opponent did have something similar to the true deity heart in his body. Your illusory technique is truly powerful. However, when I was growing up, I suffered from it 3 times. After that, I was fortunate enough to obtain a treasure to protect my soul, and I no longer have any flaws. The barefooted man's eyes were filled with killing intent. you should just obediently accept your death." As soon as he said that, the man in rags quickly closed in. Dongbo Shuang was also thinking as he ran, feeling anxious in his heart, "Even my soul doesn't have any flaws, how am I supposed to fight? Forget it, as long as I can stall for time, I will be able to reach the axe and pull it out, and I will win." He flew all the way. The man in rags was much faster, and the distance between them was shrinking. Die! The man in rags directly punched over. His fist turned into a blurred golden light, and his arm expanded. His fist seemed to have crossed the distance in an instant, arriving right in front of Dongbo Shuang. So fast. Dongbo Shuang was speechless, even though it doesn't have the world-enveloping power of that golden-haired monkey from the ancestor mother religion, his speed is much faster. Dongbo Shuang also held onto his scarlet cloud spear with both hands, directly blocking the incoming attack. Hong Long Long, the moment Dongbo Shuang displayed his spear, a huge rotating meteorite appeared. That fist turned into a terrifying golden light and clashed with this meteorite. At almost an instant, the huge meteorite phenomenon dissipated, and Dongbo Shuang and his spear were sent flying far away, crashing into a huge mountain. With a "so," he penetrated through the mountain, creating a huge hole before stopping. Amen. The rags man revealed a look of shock. "He can actually block my fist head-on." And at the boundary of the Eden, that white-haired old man who was leisurely watching this scene raised his eyebrows. "This brat who came in this time, other than having a good realm, his strength isn't small either. It seems that there is still hope for him to survive." And Dongbo Shuang, who was sent flying far away, was similarly startled. "I have two absolute arts, the luminous sun, and the extreme annihilation mysterious body. In terms of strength, they are both at the paragon level. I've created one of the 5 great secret skills, the meteorite star, according to the trillion meteorite array on Lake Heart Island. It's specialized for defense. Even with the protection of my armor, I was still bombarded by him to the point that my blood and chi were boiling." Dongbo Shuang was slightly startled. The trillion meteorite array was the protective array of Lake Heart Island, and it specialized in defense. When Dongbo Shuang was cultivating in the Black Fog Sea, he had also contacted the members of the Army of Destruction and chatted with them. He had also asked them to impart some information about the meteorite array. At that time, that group of incomparably lonely members had all taken the initiative. "Our Lake Heart Island has researched on the meteorite array many times, and we all have our own gains. We have also recorded down many arrays. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the meteorite array, and it can't be considered the true face of the meteorite array. The true details of the entire array should only be known by Master. This is what I've observed and recorded. Brother Dongbo, this is what I've recorded." All of them were very passionate. When Dongbo Shuang was cultivating in seclusion, he would often chat and discuss the Tao with them. The meteorite array had also formed its own world, and within it were the profound mysteries of the world. Dongbo Shuang started from the profound mysteries of the world, and after comprehending the trillion meteorite array, he finally comprehended a defensive secret skill, meteorite star. He believed that, with his strength, the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor, and his defensive spear techniques, he should be able to receive a few more moves from the White Sovereign King. This fellow's realm is very ordinary, and is only an ordinary stage for heaven. He isn't even comparable to my father-in-law or senior brother Huiming. Dongbo Shuang thought, his fist, under the defense of my spear technique, has at least 90% of its strength dissipated by me. But with just 10% remaining, it actually caused my spear technique to become chaotic, and even through the armor, it caused my blood and chi to boil. Extreme strength, extreme speed. Dongbo Shuang sighed. Low realm. But his strength was extremely ferocious, and his speed was also extremely fast. He actually didn't die. The ragged-clothed man continued to rush over in a stream of light. As Shuang rushed towards the axe, he was also defending against it. Boom boom boom. Both sides exchanged blows again and again. Every time Shuang was bombarded, he would be sent flying in all directions. He was completely suppressed and trampled on. But Shuang had sufficient strength and a huge advantage in spear techniques, allowing him to completely tangle with his opponent. Soon, Dongbo Shuang looked like he was being trampled, but in reality, as the battle progressed, he was getting closer and closer to the axe. Who? The ragged-clothed man suddenly stopped. He looked coldly at Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang did not care about him. His opponent had stopped, but he did not. He continued rushing towards the axe. There aren't many opponents who can force me to use my forbidden technique, and you have the qualifications. Receive my move. The ragged-clothed man suddenly formed a seal with both his hands. Countless purplish gold patterns on his body suddenly lit up, and a terrifying surging energy passed through the patterns on the surface of his body and gathered at his eyebrows. Following his eyebrows, a large amount of light gathered at the center of his eyebrows. In the center of his eyebrows, an eye appeared. It looked exactly the same as the other two eyes. However, when Dongbo Shuang was stared at by this eye, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he was speechless as he cursed in his heart, he still has an ultimate technique? His realm is lower than mine, but how can he be so strong? Where did the old ancestor of the starting ground find such a monster? He felt alright yesterday, but when he slept at night, the pain worsened. He did not sleep well the entire night, and when he woke up today, he completely broke down. Now that he was taking medicine and applying Yunnan Baiyao, he felt like crying. Star. Chapter 647. Even though he was on high alert, he did not slow down as he flew towards the axe with all his might. The third eye opened on the forehead of that ragged-clothed male standing in midair. Deep within his pupil, he could faintly see Shuang flying at high speed. Crack. The ragged-clothed man said coldly. Dongbo Shuang, who was flying at high speed, was shocked, not good. His body twisted violently. See la, the void around him cracked like a piece of glass, and a sinister-looking black ravine appeared in the void. This crack brushed past Dongbo Ying's twisted body, causing Dongbo Shuang to feel the threat of death. This paradise was built by that old ancestor, and it is extremely stable. Even the previous battles were not this powerful. Other than being shocked by the power of this attack, Dongbo Shuang was also shocked by the suddenness of this attack. Currently, the ragged-clothed man was thousands of miles away from him, but this attack was so sudden that Dongbo Shuang could only sense it at the moment when the void was torn apart. Only then did he manage to twist his body and luckily escape. South. Although he felt the danger, Dongbo Shuang continued to fly at high speed. Not bad, you actually managed to dodge it. The ragged-clothed man laughed coldly. Following which, his third eye shone on Dongbo Shuang, who was far away. See la, once again, a long crack appeared in the void. The crack passed by the tip of Dongbo Shuang's nose, and a few strands of his hair were cut off. However, Dongbo Shuang was still able to escape. The ragged-clothed man furrowed his brows. After allowing Dongbo Shuang to escape twice, he was getting impatient. Again. He unleashed his third attack, and the image of Shuang was once again reflected in the depths of his newly formed third eye. Dongbo Shuang, who was flying at high speed, felt the changes in the void, and immediately twisted his body in an attempt to dodge the attack. See la, a black rift that was over 5,000 kilometers in length and only 100 meters in width flashed through the air. Dongbo Shuang, who was moving at high speed, tried his best to dodge, but this time, the crack brushed past half of Dongbo Shuang's body. Pooh! When the crack passed through the black armor, it paused for a moment, allowing Dongbo Shuang to move his body with all his might. But after that, the crack passed through. Dongbo Shuang's left arm and some flesh on the left side of his waist disappeared into thin air. Ah! After receiving this attack, Dongbo Shuang tumbled in midair. However, he quickly stabilized his body and continued to flee at high speed towards the direction of the axe. The wound on his waist was recovering rapidly, and his left arm was growing back rapidly as well. To think that even the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor could not withstand it. Dongbo Shui Ying's expression changed. He couldn't care less anymore as a flying dagger appeared in his right hand. The true god weapon, the flying dagger, was his strongest killing move. Initially, Dongbo Shuang was rather confident in his defense. But now, he was forced to use the flying dagger. However, he remembered that the white-haired old man had mentioned that the body of the strongest world deity was able to digest true god weapons. Hence, Dongbo Shuang was not in a hurry to use the true god weapon. Go! Dongbo Shuang couldn't care less anymore. The flying dagger instantly disappeared and shot towards him from the mirage world. Humph, I thought that you would be able to escape. The ragged-clothed man immediately prepared for another attack. The eye on his forehead once again reflected Dongbo Shuang. But at this moment, Shua! A flying dagger descended from the mirage world, appearing in front of him out of nowhere. The ragged-clothed man had long noticed this flying dagger. After all, he could control the void. When Dongbo Shuang took out the flying dagger, he had already noticed it. However, he was too confident in himself. His body was incomparably strong, and he didn't think that there was anything that could harm him. Hence, he completely disregarded that flying dagger. Boom! Infusing all of Dongbo Shuiying's strength into his Tao of Massacre, he unleashed an attack, drifting blood at the tip of the saber. The flying dagger directly appeared in front of the ragged-clothed man's forehead, piercing towards the eye on his forehead. Fool! The ragged-clothed man's eye merely closed. Pooh! The flying dagger's tip pierced into his forehead. The flying dagger suddenly stopped moving at an extremely high speed. However, the tip of the flying dagger still managed to pierce about an inch into his forehead. It was only able to pierce in by an inch before it was forcefully stopped. However, there was purple blood flowing out from his forehead. This purple blood even contained traces of golden light. The ragged-clothed man's expression instantly turned ferocious. Weng, weng, weng. The flying dagger struggled with all its might, wanting to pull it out. However, the flying dagger that had only pierced an inch into his forehead was stuck. What? Dongbo Shuang was shocked. The flying dagger couldn't be pulled back. The dagger was stuck in his opponent's forehead, and he couldn't pull it back no matter what. The ragged-clothed man extended his hand and pulled out the flying dagger from his forehead. He casually opened his mouth and swallowed the flying dagger in a single gulp. This scene caused Dongbo Shuiying's heart to be filled with rage and anxiety. He swallowed it. This was also the reason why he wasn't too willing to use the flying dagger. However, if he didn't use it, he would probably be killed. Even if he was killed, all his treasures would still be left behind. Who? Although he was furious and anxious, Dongbo Shuang still flew towards the axe at an extremely high speed. The flying dagger had already been swallowed by the opponent, and it was impossible for him to retract it. Thus, he had to successfully pull out the axe. The ragged-clothed man's eye opened once again. However, there was a wound in his eye, and the wound was healing rapidly. Damn it! The ragged-clothed man stared coldly at the distant Dongbo Shuang. The distance between the two of them was too far, and it would be too late for him to catch up to Dongbo Shuang with his speed. He could only place his hopes on his killer move. Dongbo Shuang flew at an extremely high speed, getting closer and closer to the axe. Although he had lost the true god flying dagger, he had stopped his opponent from continuing his attack, and allowed his opponent to recover from his injuries. This period of time allowed Dongbo Shuiying's vitality to increase greatly. After all, the time he needed to recover was sufficient for him to attack 3 to 4 times. Quick, quick, quick. The ragged-clothed man was anxious as well. The wound in his eye was still healing. I'm here. Dongbu Shuang gritted his teeth as he used all his strength to charge towards the mountain peak. Selah, at the instant when the eye on his forehead recovered, the ragged-clothed man unleashed another attack. Faster, faster. Dongbu Shuang was pushing his body to its limits. When he felt the void tear approaching, he couldn't help but turn his body. Hua, the void tear brushed past Dongbu Shuang's knees, and disappeared without a trace. Dongbu Shuang continued to fly at an extremely high speed, charging towards the mountain peak and grabbing onto the axe. Hong! The moment he exerted force, the axe stopped moving. Following that, Dongbu Shuang knelt on the mountain peak. His knees were growing rapidly, and Dongbu Shuang used both his hands to grab onto the axe and used all his might to pull it out. Hong! The axe was finally pulled out of the mountain peak. With his newly grown legs, Dongbu Shuang stood on the mountain peak with a single hand holding onto the golden axe as he stared at the ragged-clothed man. The ragged-clothed man stood there blankly before sighing. I've won. Return me my flying dagger. Dongbu Shuang shouted out. You're talking about it? The ragged-clothed man spat out a ray of light. He extended his hand and grabbed onto it. In his hand was a twisted flying dagger. There were many scars on the surface of the flying dagger. Dongbu Shuang stared at it in disbelief. How long had he been swallowed? And he had already become like this? Chapter 648. To be able to survive under my hands, and even pull out the axe, you do have some ability. The ragged-clothed man grabbed the flying knife that was full of scars and casually threw it. The flying knife turned into a stream of light as it flew towards Dongbu Shuang. Dongbu Shuang extended his hand to receive it. He was in a hurry because he was afraid that the flying knife would be completely digested by the other party's body. He lowered his head to take a look. Although he did not spend much time to pull out the axe, this flying knife was still damaged in many places. It was already half crippled. He tried to control it, and the flying knife buzzed as it trembled. The inner core's Tao is still intact, but the knife's body is heavily damaged. Dongbu Shuang felt his heart aching. It seems like I'll have to find someone who specializes in smithing to repair it. If the core's Tao was destroyed, then this true god weapon would be completely crippled. It's just a true god weapon, is there a need to feel so much heartache? The ragged-clothed man sneered, I've destroyed a whole pile of true god weapons, and those weapons aren't even as useful as my fists. Brat, I hope you will be lucky enough to survive from the starting ground. As he spoke, he swooped down. Many parts of the rolling mountains below had already collapsed and were completely frozen. The ragged-clothed man casually pointed downwards. Hua! Countless pieces of ice rapidly condensed, forming an icy mountain peak. The icy mountain peak even split apart, forming a huge crack. The ragged-clothed man directly flew downwards, entering the depths of the icy mountain peak through the crack. He once again fell into a deep slumber, and the icy mountain peaks on both sides automatically closed up. Although Old Ancestor had copied his memories, he had only copied a portion of his battle memories. Many of his emotions and other aspects were still incomplete. The white-haired old man took a step and arrived beside Dongbu Shuang. He casually said, the reason why Old Ancestor created him was to study the profound mysteries of his body, and also to give you brats who came later as a test. This difficulty is too high. Dongbu Shuang sighed. The other party's finishing move could actually forcefully tear apart his extreme annihilation mysterious body armor. Such an attack was even stronger than White Sovereign King. Of course, the gap in his cultivation realm was huge. In a head-on clash with him, Dongbu Shuang was able to deflect 90% of the force, leaving only 10% of it on his body. If his realm was high enough, then there would be no hope at all. That's why I'm not asking you to defeat him. You just need to pull out the axe when he attacks. The white-haired old man laughed. Even so, most of those who come to the starting ground die the first time they enter. Dongbu Shuang nodded his head. Even he himself was a little lucky. If not for the flying dagger injuring the other party's eyes, the other party would have had a few more chances to use his ultimate move, and he might have really lost his life. It has been a long time since a universe god of the fourth heaven came here. The white-haired old man said, the talismans are scattered throughout the universe. Typically, it's rather difficult to obtain them. Most of those who enter have reached the heaven-earth realm. Some are even at the opening realm or ruler realm when they enter. I was lucky too. Dongbu Shuang said with a smile. The first fragment was obtained from the depths of Lake Heart Island. How could an ordinary firmament dare to venture so deep? He had only run so far for the sake of saving his father-in-law. The second fragment was in the dark abyss. But because he had the first fragment, he could sense the second fragment the moment he entered the Three Chieftains' sacred mountain. Finding it was much easier. Obtaining the talisman might be luck. But if you want to leave this place alive, you will need to rely on your own strength. The white-haired old man said. The two chatted as they flew into the distance. Dongbu Shuang also saw a ripple appear in front of him. That was the exit. Before leaving, Dongbu Shuang turned back to look. That golden axe was still stuck in the distant mountain peak. That terrifying world deity was still slumbering within that icy mountain peak. No matter what, I succeeded. Dongbu Shuang rejoiced inwardly. South, he and the white-haired old man passed through the exit at the same time. The next time they appeared, the two of them leapt out of the huge tree and landed on the ground. Dongbu Shuang felt as though he had become immortal once more. He looked around him. He was still on that small piece of land amidst the primal chaos void. World deity realm, heaven and earth realm, opening realm, ruler realm. Any one of these realms would have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, only those who stand at the peak of the same realm would have the qualifications to have a slim chance of survival. The white-haired old man sighed. Those who are weaker would have no chance of survival. Dongbu Shuang agreed. For example, that strongest world deity. Just the boundless cold aura he emitted could even freeze the luminous sun force into nothingness. If it was an ordinary stage 4, he would definitely be frozen to death. For the extremely demonic stage 4, those who could fight against those of a higher realm would have a very low chance of survival. Even those who were heaven-defying like Dongbu Shuang managed to survive by a hair's breadth. That's why I'm very happy every time I succeed. The white-haired old man pointed to the 3 grass houses at the center. Go, let's head over. Since you've succeeded, there will naturally be benefits for you. Think about it carefully. Do you want to cultivate techniques, absolute arts, or weapons? Your flying dagger was damaged previously. If you choose a weapon, there will be a true god weapon that is better than your flying dagger. Think carefully about what you want to choose. Dongbu Shuang was filled with anticipation. In a place like the starting ground, it was already very difficult to succeed even once. With that old ancestor's status, his actions should be extraordinary. The two of them walked towards the 3 grass houses at the center. Suddenly, a black dog suddenly leapt out from the grass. Its body was very skinny. It stared at Dongbu Shuang. Dog? Dongbu Shuang was slightly shocked. It was raised by the old ancestor. The white-haired old man laughed. Back then, the old ancestors spent a huge amount of effort to refine it. It was specially made to protect the starting ground. In the starting ground, it is the strongest. It is the strongest. Dongbu Shuang stared at the black dog in shock. Ho little fella, you aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The black dog growled. Back then when the sword master came over, I even bit off a piece of his flesh. Dongbu Shuang blinked his eyes and asked softly. Who is the sword master? The sword master? The white-haired old man exclaimed. That was a long time ago. Ever since the old ancestor created the starting ground. Under normal circumstances, one could only enter by relying on a talisman. Furthermore, countless life forms in the universe couldn't even find the starting ground. However, Lord Sword Master was able to discover the starting ground and forcefully entered. Furthermore, he wasn't suppressed by the laws and was still very strong. This wild dog was taught a lesson back then. However, it also injured Lord Sword Master. Lord Sword Master came here and inspected the entire starting ground. However, he didn't take anything before leaving. The white-haired old man sighed. With Lord Sword Master's strength, he was indeed disdainful. Sword Master. Dongbush Shuang was puzzled. He had never heard of him. Oh, the Sword Master is the Lake Heart Island owner that you guys often talk about. The white-haired old man said. Dongbush Shuang was shocked. The #1 expert of the many eras of this universe, the Lake Heart Island owner, had actually come here before. However, he didn't rely on a talisman. Instead, he forcefully entered. Even so, he was still bitten off by this wild dog. This wild dog's strength was simply too terrifying. Chapter 649. The black dog sniffed by the side of Shuang. He then bared his teeth and growled, "Little brat, you are only at the world deity realm. You are too weak. The world deity realm, the world realm, the opening realm, and the ruler realm. Out of the 4 realms left behind by Master, you are at the lowest realm. Cultivate well." Saying that, he wagged his tail and walked slowly towards the distance. Dongbush Shuang was speechless. He was actually being looked down upon. However, the other party was able to injure the Lake Heart Island Master and was left behind by the old ancestor to protect the starting ground. It's rare for a world deity to come here. The white-haired old man laughed, "Go go go, let's go." As he spoke, he walked towards the 3 straw huts in the center. Dongbush Shuang followed and asked, "Are there treasures in those 3 straw huts?" The white-haired old man laughed mysteriously, "Don't think that they're just 3 straw huts. They're the most important ones in the entire starting ground. The one in the center was where the old ancestors stayed. Only rulers who passed the test are qualified to enter. The one on the left, only opening realm experts who passed the test are allowed to enter." "Then what about the one on the right?" Dongbush Shuang asked, "Shall we go to the one on the right?" "I'll go in." The white-haired old man shook his head, "A world deity like you isn't qualified to enter. The one on the right is the treasury. Think carefully about what treasure you want. I'll go in and get it for you." Dongbush Shuang nodded. At the same time, he felt helpless. The weakest world deity and world deity were obviously not valued by the old ancestor. They weren't even qualified to enter the straw huts. Opening realm experts were paragons. Their realms were second only to rulers. Ruler realm experts like Bloodblade and Temporal Island Lord were at the level of rulers. Only these 2 levels were qualified to enter the straw huts. Dongbush Shuang and the old man were like mortals. They didn't walk fast and only got close to the straw huts after a while. "We're almost there." Dongbush Shuang looked at the straw huts that were just 100 to 200 meters away. His heart was burning. As he got closer, suddenly, the world around the thatched cottage began to distort. He was clearly moving forward step by step, but the thatched cottage was always there. The distance between them did not shorten at all. What's going on? Dongbush Shuang was in a daze. At the same time, he could feel his strength recovering rapidly. When you reach the thatched hut, your strength will be completely restored. The white-haired elder said, "As for the changes in the surrounding world, although the thatched cottage is right in front of us, it is actually protected by countless layers of worlds. If it weren't for me leading the way and an enemy came in, it would be nearly impossible for them to pass through the layers of worlds and reach the most important thatched cottage. Of course, the Sword Master did it in the past." The Sword Master pressed forward with indomitable will, and no one could stop him. Dongbush Shuang nodded. This was one of the Patriarch's defensive measures. As Dongbo Shuang moved forward, he observed the distorted layers of the world. This is so interesting. Dongbo Shuang couldn't help but observe carefully, the patriarch is truly incredible. His control over the world has reached an inconceivable level. It's much more profound than the world array I saw in that tattered cloth scroll, as well as some of the things I saw in the Lake Heart Island. The world should be the real world. But here, the layers of distortions are stacked on top of each other, making it seem like an illusion. If there's no guidance, one would probably sink into the illusory world, never to be able to escape. Dongbo Shuang sighed. This was an illusory world. But the world formed from the illusory world was no different from the real world. Thus, once one sank into it, it would be extremely difficult to escape. This method of the patriarch of the starting ground was much more profound than the Tao of mirage, of the true God flying knife. There's no intention at all. Dongbo Shuang exclaimed as he watched. As he walked, Shui Ying's pace became slower and slower. The white-haired old man by his side noticed this scene and smiled. He followed suit and slowed down even more. He didn't rush him, nor did he say anything to disturb him. Because everyone who entered, there was no limit to how long they could stay in the starting ground. Even if they stayed until the end of this cosmos epoch, it wouldn't matter. As he walked slower and slower, Dongbo Shuang stopped and closed his eyes. I didn't expect that the illusory world created by the patriarch would actually allow him to gain some insights. The white-haired elder chuckled. Dongbo Shuang closed his eyes. 700,000 years of cultivation. He had learned the lesson of the commander of the army of destruction, the lesson of the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture master. He didn't dare to purposely pursue strength. However, with his comprehension abilities, the other deity hearts weren't challenging at all. Thus, Dongbo Shuang spent all his energy on the profound mysteries of the world. The profound mysteries of the world and the profound mysteries of the mirage had some similarities. Dongbo Shuang comprehended them together, which was why he created the 5 great secret techniques. He wanted to use the world to encompass all the other deity hearts and grasp the complete laws of the heaven and earth. It was 700,000 years. If he included the time acceleration, his research on the profound mysteries of the world would be even longer. And at this moment, the layers of illusory worlds surrounding the grass hut allowed Dongbo Shuang to see an even more profound heaven and earth. He saw an even more powerful usage of the profound mysteries of the world. Naturally, he was moved. In his mind, countless insights were clashing against each other. Light flashed. Time passed day by day. Reaching the level of Shuang, countless inspirations would appear. According to these inspirations, he would be able to deduce on a deeper level. Many profound mysteries and deductions would fuse together, giving him a new understanding of the world. Such a process naturally required time. I wonder how long this little fellow is going to cultivate for. The white-haired elder sat his butt down. He laid on his side and started to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 2 months had passed. The insights and deductions in Dongbo Shuaying's mind were fusing together, forming a new understanding. At this moment, Dongbo Shuang was stunned. Hong! It was just like a seed in the soil. The seed would break through the soil, germinate, and grow into a fruit. Dongbo Shuang opened his eyes. He looked at the layers of distorted worlds around him. This was an illusory world. Initially, he felt that it was profound and unfathomable. But at this moment, under his observation, he could faintly see a formless law controlling these countless worlds, forming a huge illusory world. This formless law was something that Dongbo Shuang could see through. The law of heaven and earth is like a shackle, a cage. No matter how I try to comprehend it, I will always be trapped within its boundaries. The only way is to break through it and open up my own path. Only then would I be able to control everything and shake everything. Dongbo Shuang could feel the power that he had grasped. This was a power that definitely belonged to him. It could be killed and suppressed, but it could not be taken away. Cultivation realm is the true foundation. Dongbu Shuang muttered softly. "Hm." The white-haired elder who was sleeping by the side suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at Dongbu Shuang. Dongbu Shuang stood there. His entire body was faintly discernible, seemingly illusory and real at the same time. He was clearly real. Yet, he seemed to be one with the countless illusory worlds around him. Opening realm? The white-haired elder was slightly doubtful. Chapter 650. The white-haired old man widened his eyes and looked carefully. He was not a true life form, but he had followed the patriarch before and his vision was extraordinary. He estimated that the scene in front of him should have reached the opening realm. From universe god realm to opening realm directly. The white-haired elderly couldn't believe it. The young man who came in this time has such a high level of comprehension. A normal breakthrough. One had to first step into the world realm from the world deity realm and grasp the complete laws of the world. Only after a long period of cultivation would one be able to jump out of the cage of the world and open their own path, transcending the laws of the world. However, a stage 4 world deity who had yet to grasp the complete laws had opened up a path outside of the laws of the world. It was extremely difficult. Even in an epoch, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one's fingers. Before Dongbu Shuang, in their universe epoch, only the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lord was able to do it. From this, one could see how difficult it was. Of course, this didn't mean that Blood Blade, Temporal Island Lord, Primal Master, and Pang Yi's comprehension abilities weren't as good as Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lords. It was just that they were walking on a more normal path. They first transcended before opening their own paths. If Dongbu Shuang had not come to the starting ground and seen the illusory world left behind by the ancestor to defend the 3 thatched cottages, he might have transcended first. After a period of accumulation in the future, he would be able to open his Dao path and become a venerable. However, there were no ifs in cultivation. When one comprehended it, one's life would reach a whole new level. Even if one wanted to retreat, they wouldn't be able to. Is this how the venerables feel? Dongbu Shuang smiled. It was wonderful. His body was illusory yet real. If an enemy were to attack him, they wouldn't even be able to touch him. His body seemed to be illusory. This was the realm. For instance, that strongest world deity's extreme strength and speed was even fiercer than the white sovereign king's. But if he were to meet Dongbu Shuang again, even if Dongbu Shuang was standing right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to touch Dongbu Shuang at all. Once they broke through to the next realm, the gap between them would be too great. I comprehended the Tao of Mirage, right? Dongbu Shuang muttered to himself. The Tao of Mirage. It was above the laws of heaven and earth. It was a huge illusory world that could even contain a normal world. Dongbu Shuang could attack the other party, but the other party could not attack Dongbu Shuang who was in the illusory world. The reason why my teacher is the #1 assassin in the celestial world and abyss is not only because he is strong in head-on combat, but also because of the Tao of Shadows, Dongbu Shuang thought to himself. The Tao that I've opened up now has the same effect. However, this Tao of Mirage doesn't have much offensive power. Dongbu Shuang shook his head. The Tao of Mirage could construct a mirage world. The mirage world was independent of the normal world, so it was naturally very mystical. But his attack power did not increase. Where there is gain, there is loss. For example, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's Destruction Lightning Tao allowed him to transform his body into lightning. His speed was exceptional, and his attack power was also terrifying. His body's defense was also not bad. However, it was only not bad. It was not strong enough in terms of survivability. In fact, his survivability was not even as good as that bottom feeder, Leaf Saint. Thus, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master needed to rely on a ruler. Paragon Huacheng was the same. He was lacking in terms of survivability. As for those who were truly independent and did not need to rely on a ruler, and even dared to provoke a ruler, like Monarch Green, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Water Devil King, White Sovereign King, and others, they all had extremely powerful survivability methods. Even a ruler would find it hard to kill them. In terms of survivability, teacher and I can be considered the best. Dongbu Shuang smiled. However, other than the Tao of Shadows, the Blood Blade still had the Tao of Destruction and the Tao of Blood Blade. They were naturally tyrannical and terrifying. However, I have just opened up my Tao and am still very tender. Because Dongbu Shuang had obtained detailed information about the various experts in the universe from his teacher, he was able to make a detailed judgment of himself. Being able to open up the Tao of Mirage, Dongbu Shuang was still very satisfied. If the paragons were to choose, they would definitely choose this extreme survivability method. Survival was the priority. As for offensive methods, naturally, it could be supplemented. Hua. Dongbu Shuang stood there. An illusory world spread out in all directions. Due to the influence of the illusory world, Dongbu Shuiying's illusory world could only extend for 100 meters before it was suppressed by the illusory world left behind by the old ancestor. This is the world that I have opened up, a power that belongs to me. Dongbu Shuang stood there as the illusory world beneath his feet corroded the surroundings. This feeling is truly wonderful. Dongbu Shuang smiled. Why did teacher remind me not to chase after strength, afraid that I would open up my Tao first? Dongbu Shuang frowned inwardly. Opening up your Tao first, the only trouble would be transcending. Little fellow, you have reached the opening realm? The white-haired old man saw Dongbu Shuang frowning and asked. Only then did Dongbu Shuang come to his senses. He hurriedly said, I am ashamed to have made senior accompany me for so long. Ha ha ha. My lifespan is limitless. It doesn't matter how long I accompany you. The white-haired old man said, I am asking you a question. Have you reached the opening realm? Yes. Dongbu Shuang nodded. You have truly stepped into the opening realm from the world deity realm. The white-haired old man praised, Oh right, how long have you cultivated for? Over 1,000,000 years. Adding in the time acceleration of tens of millions of years, I guess. Dongbu Shuang said. The white-haired old man was slightly shocked. He could not help but exclaim, You have cultivated for such a short period of time and actually reached the opening realm. Impressive, truly impressive. Dongbu Shuang Eagle chuckled. He then said helplessly, I am quite happy as well. It's just that I have a problem. Now that I have opened up my Tao, it will be difficult for me to transcend. Wouldn't you be able to transcend after becoming a ruler? The white-haired old man said. Becoming a ruler is too difficult. Dongbu Shuang was worried. Difficult? You reached the opening realm in just 1,000,000 years. Don't tell me you don't have the confidence to become a ruler. The white-haired old man said, When you open up your Tao, your true deity heart is even stronger than a true god's. You can live until the end of this cosmos epoch. Don't tell me you don't have the confidence to become a ruler when the cosmos epoch ends. Dongbu Shuang was clear of this point. The deity heart had the laws fused into the soul. The stronger the Tao one comprehended, the stronger the true deity heart would be. This was also the reason why Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was able to live until now. Those weaker ordinary world deities thought that the reason Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was able to live for so long and had such heaven-defying strength was because of some mysterious absolute art. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed laughable. The main reason was that many world deities had too much yearning for an absolute art that could extend their lifespan. How long more before the end of this cosmos epoch? Dongbu Shuang asked. It's still early. Only a small half of this cosmos epoch has passed. The white-haired old man said, Naturally, the length of a cosmos epoch isn't certain. If this cosmos suffers from great destruction, it would end even earlier. I understand. Dongbu Shuang was also a territory lord of a material world. He understood this logic. Similarly, mortals had different lifespans. Even a mortal world had different lifespans. This cosmos epoch would naturally have different lengths. If it was well maintained and suffered little damage, it would naturally be able to survive for a long time. You've only cultivated for 1,000,000 years, yet you've already reached the opening realm. What are you afraid of? You have too much time to cultivate. The white-haired old man said, as long as you become a ruler before the end of the cosmos epoch, you will be able to transcend. What if I don't become a ruler? Dongbu Shuang asked. The moment the cosmos epoch ends, the river of time will destroy all the life forms that have sunk within. If you sink within, you will naturally be destroyed as well. The white-haired old man said. Won't those who transcend be destroyed? Dongbu Shuang asked. Enough. The white-haired old man's expression suddenly sunk, becoming much more gloomy. Don't ask anymore. Dongbu Shuang was startled. Ever since they arrived at the starting ground, the white-haired old man had always been rather amiable. However, when he asked about the end of the cosmos epoch and the fate of those who transcended, the white-haired old man became angry. This caused many thoughts to appear in Dongbu Shuang's mind. However, this conversation made him feel much calmer. That's right. He had opened his Tao in 1,000,000 years. Could it be that he wouldn't be able to become a ruler by the end of the cosmos epoch? If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to blame even if he died. Let's go. The white-haired old man continued moving forward. Dongbu Shuang hurriedly followed behind. This time, they moved very quickly. He could sense that the white-haired old man wasn't in a good mood. Hence, he didn't divert his attention to research this illusory world. It wouldn't be too late to comprehend it after obtaining the treasures in the grass hut. We've arrived. The white-haired old man stopped. Dongbu Shuang and the white-haired old man were standing in front of a grass hut. Have you thought it through? The white-haired old man asked, regardless of the cultivation techniques of other cosmos, or absolute arts, or weapons, or anything else you can think of, you can only choose one. Chapter 651. Dongbu Shuang chuckled, Senior, may I ask if there is anything that can greatly increase the threat of my attacks? Attack? The white-haired old man frowned. There are indeed 3 unique cultivation techniques from other cosmoses that can greatly increase your strength. It's a pity that you do not have the qualifications to take them. Because you are a world deity, the treasures you can choose are of the lowest level. Dongbu Shuang laughed involuntarily. Alright, the lowest level. Are you sure you only need offensive techniques? I have absolute arts such as escaping techniques, domain techniques. The white-haired old man said. Attack. Dongbu Shuang nodded. He had opened the Tao of Mirage and had 2 absolute arts, Luminous Sun and Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body. Indeed, he only needed offensive techniques. You should also have an absolute art. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so strong in the world deity realm. If you wish to obtain an absolute art that surpasses all your previous absolute arts and specializes in offense, I have no way to give it to you. The white-haired old man shook his head. Be it cultivation techniques or absolute arts, they are all internal and can be continuously improved. They are relatively more precious. If you pass the test at the world realm, you will have many choices. Dongbu Shuang was speechless. Completely surpassing his own absolute arts. He had learned one from the army of destruction, while the other one was bestowed by his master. One could imagine how precious it was. Who would have thought that passing the test at the world realm would allow him to obtain an even more profound absolute art? It was a pity that he had only passed the test at the world deity realm. Only weapons can satisfy you. The white-haired old man said, weapons are external, and they can directly raise one's strength. Their relative value is also lower than the peak cultivation techniques and absolute arts you want. Then I will choose weapons. Dongbu Shuang nodded. my future opponents will be paragons and rulers. Thus, weapons can threaten them as much as possible. Rest assured, I will choose the best and most suitable one for you within the range set by the old ancestor. The white-haired old man smiled and pushed open the door of the grass hut. The door was pushed open. The interior of the grass hut was dark like a whirlpool. It was hard to see inside, and one could only feel danger. I wonder what he gave me. Dongbo Shuang thought to himself. The white-haired old man had only gone in for a short while. Hua! The white-haired old man walked out of the wooden house and closed the door behind him. He was holding a black spear in one hand, but the spearhead was dark red in color. The black spear shaft was also covered in a very inconspicuous dark red pattern. When it comes to weapons, there are a lot of them. The patriarch casually refined and occasionally harvested a lot of weapons. The white-haired old man laughed. I saw that you were using a spear just now, so I chose a spear for you. This spear is called the Blood Serpent Spear by the Patriarch, and it contains the Tao of Slaughter. It wasn't forged by the Patriarch, but by a hegemon. In the Patriarch's hands, the Tao of Slaughter within it has reached the hegemon realm. In addition, this weapon of slaughter has been treacherously imbued with blood serpent venom. The blood serpent venom is fatal to those with weak bodies. A stab from it would most likely kill the opponent. As for those with stronger defenses, although it wouldn't threaten their lives, the blood serpent venom would entrench within the body of the enemy. During battle, it would be hard for the enemy to recover. Dongbo Shuang fell in love with the black spear the moment he saw it. After hearing the introduction, he became even more ecstatic. How generous! Although his flying knife contained 2 daos, they were both opening realm daos. As for the spear, it only contained 1 dao, but it was already a ruler realm dao. Furthermore, there was the terrifying blood serpent venom. Paragons wouldn't care about ordinary true god weapons. However, a true god weapon that contained a ruler realm dao was enough to make paragons envious. Here. The white-haired old man handed it over. Your previous battle was at the world deity realm. Thus, I can only give you such a treasure. Now that you are at the opening realm, the next test will be at the opening realm. That will be completely different, and the rewards will be 100 or 1,000 times greater than this. It will even make those rulers jealous. Opening realm test. Dongbo Shuang laughed. I'm afraid that even if I reach the pinnacle of paragons, I would most likely die here. Right, the prerequisite is that you survive. The white-haired old man didn't hide anything. Dongbo Shuang laughed. After experiencing this, he already knew the temper of that old ancestor. The test he set, if he wanted to pass it, he would definitely be at the peak of his level. How strong was he amongst the world deities? It would be extremely dangerous. The opening realm test would definitely be much stronger than that of the strongest world deity. I will go take a look at that illusory world before leaving. Dongbo Shui Snow Eagle said, you won't be in a rush to chase me away, right? You can stay for as long as you want. The white-haired old man nodded. Following which, he slowly walked away. The surrounding illusory world started to distort, and he soon disappeared. Dongbo Shuang lowered his head and looked at the spear in his hands. Blood Serpent Spear. Dongbo Shuang tried to refine it. Although the true god weapon flying knife also has the slaughter Tao, the two seem to be slightly different. Secondly, the Tao within this blood serpent spear has reached the ruler realm. Even if it's just refining it, I'm afraid I will need to spend more time. Although the weapon was powerful, his current realm was much higher. He was currently at the opening realm, and could be considered as a paragon. It was still possible to refine it. Hua. Keeping his weapon, Dongbo Shuang walked towards the illusory world. Layer after layer of distorted worlds appeared. He started to observe and comprehend them carefully. Time flowed. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Dongbo Shuang walked on a small piece of land within the primal chaos void of the starting ground. Very quickly, he found the white-haired old man who was lying in the grass. "Senior!" Dongbu Shuang shouted. The white-haired old man stretched his waist before climbing up. He glanced at Dongbu Shuang. "Are you preparing to head out?" Dongbu Shuang nodded his head. "Where to?" the white-haired old man asked. "My hometown, the Xia People's World." "Does Senior know of it?" Dongbu Shuang asked. "I know. In this cosmos epoch, I really want to know. There's nothing that can escape my detection." The white-haired old man replied. "All right, I will send you over now." Before Dongbu Shuang could say anything, he felt a warm energy enveloping him. It was just like when he first arrived. It was very comfortable. In a blink of an eye, the scenery before him changed. As the ruler of a material world, Dongbu Shuang immediately knew that he had arrived at his hometown, the Xia People's World. Even the material world can be directly sent over. Dongbu Shuang sighed inwardly. At the same time, he looked down at a castle on a mountain peak. That was the place where he grew up, the Snow Rock Castle. He even sent me over to the Snow Rock Castle. Dongbu Shuang looked up into the void. His vision had long penetrated through the mortal world. He could see the many mortal worlds revolving outside. He could also see the vast deity world beyond those mortal worlds. Dongbu Shuang looked at the deity world through the endless distance. "I'm back. Most likely, the various parties will know about it soon." The ancestor mother religion could assassinate him previously. Even though they did not have karma, they would definitely use karma to track him. For instance, those who sought refuge with them would help them determine his karmic position. His teacher, Blood Blade, should also know that he was back. Dongbu Shuang rubbed his chin. "I wonder what teacher will think after knowing that I've stepped into the opening realm." South, he was too lazy to think about it. He turned into a stream of light and flew above the Xia People's World. Dongbu Shuang felt delighted at the huge increase in his realm. "Monday, please give me a recommendation vote." Chapter 652. Dongbu Shuang flew above the Xia People's World, looking down. The villages were densely packed, and the population was 10 times that of before. From afar, he could see transcendence flying across the sky. Be it the Desolation Mountain Range or the snowy plains in the north, there were large numbers of humans moving there. Using transcendence, they built a suitable environment for living. The Xia people now have an easier time cultivating compared to us. Dongbu Shuang was satisfied. When he was a child, his father was a noble, and thus he was able to cultivate Do-Chi techniques. But now, Do-Chi techniques and spells were available to every Xia people. After 1,000,000 years, the Xia people had been reborn. Just the transcendence alone, the Xia people had tens of thousands of people, 100 times more than his generation. South, Dongbu Shuang turned into a beam of light and landed on a beach. The azure-blue seawater gently rippled against the snow-white beach. There were many people on the beach, all of them wearing underpants. The women were dressed more tightly. This beach belongs to the Transcendent Clan, the Mo Clan. 2 youths in underpants were chatting as they walked side by side. Mo Clan. The Mo Clan of the southern city is quite influential in the surrounding area. They have 3 transcendents, right? Yes, 3 transcendents. They can't be compared to us in the county. In a small place like the southern city, they are more than enough to intimidate others. Let's not talk about this. We won't be able to relax for long. In a few days, we will be brought into the Crimson Rock Mountain for training. At that time, more than half of us will be eliminated. I heard that the training is organized by the clan and the Iron Sword sect in the Crimson Rock Mountain. Sai, third brother, you are strong and confident. I am in danger this time. I have no choice but to become an alchemist. Hopefully, I can accumulate enough merits for the clan to help me transcend. What alchemist? It's too tough. I heard that you have a good relationship with a beauty from the Dongbo clan. The Dongbo clan is the clan of the Xia Emperor, Dongbo monarch. If you can get some benefits, you will be able to enjoy them endlessly. To be honest, this young lady of the Dongbo family is beautiful, but her temper is really, really unbearable. You don't even want me? I want to die. The two youths chatted. Not far away, a young man who was basking in the sun and eating fruits on the beach suddenly felt his face twitch. You don't even want me? What a slap in the face. I wonder which little girl in my family he's talking about. Dongbo Shuang thought to himself. After so many years, the Dongbo clan had continued to multiply. There were many descendants of the Dongbo clan in the Xia people's world, the Crimson Rock Mountain, and the Immortal World. When I was young, a legend ranker was considered a great expert in a county city. A transcendent expert could control the life and death of countless people in a county. But now, there are already a few transcendents in any small city. Dongbo Shuang raised his head and looked into the distance. With his eyesight, he could often see streams of light streaking across the sky. Listening to the various discussions on the beach, Dongbo Shuang could also feel the changes of the times. Although the Xia people had no emperor and were managed by the elders of the Xia people, he, Dongbo Shuang, was recognized as the greatest deity in the history of the Xia people. He was even addressed as the Xia emperor. Hua, the seawater gently slapped against the beach. Dongbo Shuang walked on the beach, leaving behind footprints. The people around him did not know that this young man was the Emperor Dongbo who had changed the world 1,000,000 years ago. As he walked, suddenly, he stepped on the seawater and walked on it. Walking on water. Which transcendent or legend ranker is showing off here? The people on the beach were discussing. Transcendents were common, but legend rankers were even more common. Walking on water was an extremely common thing. Dongbo Shuang, on the other hand, was following his heart. He walked on the seawater and looked at the vast ocean. In his eyes, the blue sky, the seawater, the distant islands, the sunlight, the creatures in the seawater, all of these were being controlled by an invisible law. In the past, he had already grasped hold of 9 grade 1 deity hearts. And now, he had even jumped out of the cage of the world and opened the Mirage Dao. He could now look down on the laws of the world and observe the operation of the laws. In just a moment, the 9 grade 1 deity hearts in his mind rapidly began to fuse together, and naturally, they formed a perfect law. The laws of the world. Dongbo Shuang was startled. I comprehended it just like that. That's right. Just by observing the entire world of the Xia people, Dongbo Shuang had actually comprehended the complete laws of the world. In the past, he had tried all sorts of methods but was always lacking a little. Even though everything was within his grasp, he was always lacking a little. In the end, he went to the starting ground. Because he had spent 700,000 years studying the profound mysteries of the world, he was able to comprehend the Mirage Dao by observing the illusory world. Only after returning to the Xia people's world did he comprehend the laws of the world. This is really. Dongbo Shuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. I wanted to comprehend it, but I couldn't. Now, I didn't have to think about it, but I managed to comprehend it. What a pity, it's too late. He understood it himself. Because he had comprehended the Mirage Dao, he could jump out of the cage of the world and look at the laws of the world. Naturally, it was much easier for him to comprehend them. It's too late. I'm already at the opening realm. The laws of the world are unable to allow me to transcend. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. He looked in front of him, his gaze piercing through the world and seeing the majestic river behind it. This majestic river covered the entire cosmos, passing through the material world, the deity world, and the dark abyss. Countless lives were lost within it. Among them, there was an incomparably huge and towering figure. It was the gigantic Dongbo Shuang. Currently, his body was much larger than the previous time he saw him in the dark abyss. The width of his waist seemed to occupy 1/10 of the entire river of time. Compared to Dongbu Shui Ying's huge body, the wide river of time was like a small river. It occupied such a huge area, and countless rivers surrounded Dongbu Shuang. Ha! The gigantic Dongbu Shuang controlled the laws of the world and used the Mirage Dao in an attempt to break free. Hong Long Long, the surrounding river water surged violently. The more he tried to break free, the stronger the restraining force of the river water. Dongbu Shuang struggled with all his might, to the point where half of his body was out of the water. However, both his legs were bound by the river water, and he was unable to break free. AI. Dongbu Shuang gave up, and his body landed back on the ground. It's true. After reaching the opening realm, the quality of my life has greatly increased. Just the laws of the world alone are no longer able to help me break free. Dongbu Shuang shook his head lightly. I have to become a ruler before I can transcend. Standing on the ocean of the Xia people's world, Dongbu Shuang was still very calm despite having comprehended the laws of the world. This was within his expectations. I should quickly convert my cultivation into combat power. Dongbu Shuang disappeared from the ocean, returning to the Crimson Dust Island. Chapter 653. Within a cultivation room on Crimson Dust Island. There were a total of 81 fiery red spheres embedded in the ceiling of the cultivation room. They formed a spirit array, causing the entire cultivation room to be enveloped in a layer of red light. The floor of the cultivation room was made of pitch black wood. From other angles, one could even see traces of purple light circulating on the wood. On the wooden floor, there were 2 translucent praying mats made of silver silk. The black-robed Dongbu Shuang and the white-robed Dongbu Shuang sat on a praying mat respectively. Because Dongbu Shuang had been cultivating here for a long period of time, ever since he was conferred the Black Fog Sea, Dongbu Shuang spared no expense in collecting treasures to set up this cultivation room. Hua! The blood serpent spear floated in front of the white-robed Dongbu Shuang. Strands of consciousness continuously seeped into the blood serpent spear as he tried to comprehend and refine it. On the other side, the black-robed Dongbu Shuang was silently comprehending the 2 ultimate arts, the luminous sun and the extreme annihilation mysterious body. Now that he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and opened the Tao of Mirage, he was already at the Paragon stage. The 5th volume of the Luminous Sun and the 5th level of the Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body were naturally much easier for him. However, he still had to spend some effort on them. 15 years later in the real world, he had been comprehending them under a time acceleration of 100 times. The black-robed Dongbu Shuang sat cross-legged on the silver silk praying mat. In front of him floated a number of gray fruits, a fist-sized red stone, and many pieces of dark red wood. It's about time. The black-robed Dongbu Shuang reached out and grabbed the fist-sized red stone. He then bit down on it. Kacha, the red stone was chewed into powder before he swallowed it. The 18 gray fruits were also eaten by Dongbu Shuang one by one. The 30 pieces of dark red wood that were filled with vitality were also chewed and swallowed. It's fine that he ate the fruits, but he even ate the stones and wood. Dongbu Shuang mumbled to himself, I wonder how the master of Lake Heart Island created this technique. Then, he closed his eyes and activated the 5th level of the Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body. Dongbu Shuaying's body had long been strengthened to the 5th level. However, the black armor on his body required external materials to condense. Dongbu Shuaying's body didn't dare to absorb those rare treasures that he had eaten. In the end, they would fuse with the original black armor under the combination of energy, causing the 4th level of the black armor to evolve to the 5th level. Finally, a new layer of black armor appeared on the surface of the armor, and there was a faint layer of dark light flowing on the surface of the armor. Luminous Sun, S 5th Volume's 4th Revolution Realm and Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body, S 5th level have both been mastered. Dongbo Shuang could feel the power within his body that far surpassed what it was before. In fact, for example, it was almost impossible for an ordinary true god to reach the fourth transformation realm with the fifth volume of the luminous sun. Normally, only when one was able to jump out of the heaven and earth cage and open their Tao could they reach the large success stage of the fourth transformation. The fifth level of the extreme annihilation mystic body also guided one to break out of the heaven and earth cage and open up the Tao. It was the fifth floor. In reality, they could only be cultivated after they had opened up their Tao. Otherwise, luminous sun would at most be able to reach the third rank of the fifth volume. As for what happened next. The sixth chapter. The sixth level. The chances of achieving anything great were extremely slim. It's different from my Tao. Dongbo Shuang shook his head slightly. Everyone's cultivation was the same. They were all within the laws of heaven and earth. Even if one became an ordinary true god, they would grasp the same laws of heaven and earth. Hence, the cultivation of absolute arts was the same. However, it was different for paragons because the Tao that they opened up was different. The sixth volume of the luminous sun was a sun that was extremely young and could destroy everything. The sixth level of the extreme annihilation mystic body pursued the extreme materialism. I have to find something that is suitable for me. Dongbo Shuang thought to himself, I have to find an absolute art that is compatible with the Mirage Tao. Or perhaps I have to create an absolute art. Why was the heavenly emperor of great destruction so strong? It was because he created an absolute art that was compatible with him and became an existence that was comparable to Monarch Green. Fortunately, I have prepared all the precious materials. Otherwise, I would have to search for precious materials. Dongbo Shuang smiled. During his 700,000 years of cultivation, he had been searching for precious materials for the next level of the extreme annihilation mystic body and the luminous sun. He had to make preparations for transcending. Unexpectedly, he did not manage to transcend. Instead, he reached the paragon realm and cultivated absolute arts with ease. The combination of energy and matter. The fifth volume's luminous sun force and the fifth level's extreme annihilation mystic body allowed Dongbo Shuaying's body to undergo a complete transformation. Cultivating absolute arts was very fast, but refining the true god weapon, blood serpent spear, was very slow. It took him 300 years. And this was even at a time acceleration of 100 times. Fortunately, his realm was high enough. If it was an ordinary true god, even if they had the perception, it was normal for them to spend 100 billion years. Those with weaker perception might not even be able to grasp it in their entire lives. After all, this was the ruler Tao of slaughter. The difficulty of refining it was much higher than the flying daggers. Very good. Holding on to the blood serpent spear, he felt as though the blood serpent spear was one with him. He could even feel the terrifying aura of the Tao of slaughter contained within the blood serpent spear. It's time to leave. The black-robed Dongbo Shuang disappeared from the meditation room. He left the Xia people's world and headed towards the deity world's black fog sea. Temporal Island. Master, Dongbo Shuaying's clone has returned to the deity world. A low voice reverberated within the hall that was filled with fragrance. Within the palace hall, the black-robed black-haired male was currently seated cross-legged on the straw mat. He opened his eyes, revealing a smile on the edge of his mouth. Oh, this Dongbo Shuang could actually disappear stealthily from the ancestral god religion's assassination previously. Even his karma disappeared. Now that he has returned to the deity world, the blood edge will probably summon him immediately. To be able to disappear without a trace and conceal his karma. What treasure did he obtain? The black-robed black-haired man was puzzled. Back when Dongbo Shuaying's karma disappeared, the temporal temple, which was constantly monitoring the cosmos, discovered it very quickly. Because this matter involved the ancestor god sect, the temporal island lord personally went to investigate. With his attainments in the aspect of spacetime, he discovered that Dongbo Shuang had escaped on his own. He wasn't killed. This naturally aroused the curiosity of the Temporal Island Lord. He even felt a tinge of greed. However, he was very clear that with Dongbu Shuiying's escaping techniques, even if he were to make a move, Dongbu Shuiying would still be able to escape. Moreover, he was even more wary of the blood edge. What exactly is it? Black Fog Sea. The black-robed Dongbu Shuiying had just returned and had just reunited with his wife Jing Qiu when he received a transmission. Snow Eagle, come to me. The blood edge transmitted. Teacher has summoned me. I'll head over first. Dongbu Shuiying stood up. Jing Qiu chuckled, the God Emperor has finally summoned you. Dongbu Shuiying nodded. All these years. Many good friends of his had transmitted over to ask him about the disappearance of his avatar's karma. Many powerful existences thought that Dongbu Shuiying's avatar had been killed. This was a huge matter. After all, Dongbu Shuiying was someone who could kill Bamboo Saint. Thus, many people had asked him about the matter. Dongbu Shuiying had used the excuse of being killed by a mysterious expert to cover it up. Only when Paragon Huacheng and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master inquired about it did Dongbu Shuiying tell them that it was related to the ancestor mother religion. He did not elaborate on other matters. They had long known of the ancestor mother religion. So many people had asked him about it. But his teacher, Blood Edge, had never asked him about it. After leaving the Black Fog Sea, Dongbu Shuiying set off for the Bloodshed God Palace. Within the courtyard of a wooden house. Teacher. Upon entering the courtyard, Dongbu Shuiying bowed. Snow Eagle, sit. Blood Edge chuckled. Dongbu Shuiying immediately sat down. Let me ask you. When the ancestor mother religion ambushed you, you disappeared and your karma disappeared. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? Blood Edge asked, if you do not wish to say, you can choose not to. Dongbu Shuiying did not hide it, I obtained a talisman by chance, allowing me to head to the starting ground. There was nothing to hide. After all, he had disappeared, and his karma had disappeared. Even the ancestor mother religion knew about it. Why was there a need to hide it from his teacher? Furthermore, the talisman of the starting ground could not be snatched. If he was killed, the talisman would disappear too. Starting ground? Blood Edge nodded with a smile, no wonder. I can see that you have yet to transcend, yet the aura of your body has become much stronger. You are even stronger than that King Patrol devil. I was still puzzled. So you have gone to the starting ground. That starting ground has cultivation techniques from other cosmoses. It is easy for you to strengthen your body. Dongbu Shuiying felt slightly awkward. He said, Teacher, the reason why my body's aura is so strong is not because of other cultivation techniques. Not because of other cultivation techniques. Blood Edge felt puzzled. I have opened my own Tao. Dongbu Shuiying obediently said. Blood Edge was stunned. End of this chapter, star. Chapter 654. You've opened your own Tao. Even someone as calm as Blood Blade turned silent. He looked at his disciple in front of him. His teacher stared back at him. Dongbu Shuiying awkwardly replied, I've never thought that this would happen. It's just that after being ambushed by the ancestor mother religion, I decided to head to the starting ground. I was also lucky enough to survive in the starting ground. Who would have thought that when I was about to leave, I would see the illusory world within the starting ground? I was amazed by the attainments of the old ancestor of the starting ground in the illusory world. Master also knows that I used to wholeheartedly comprehend the profound mysteries of the world. As I watched, I became engrossed in it. I had many comprehensions, and naturally, I comprehended the Tao of Mirage. You are truly formidable. The Bloodshed God Emperor finally opened his mouth to speak. Dongbu Shuiying replied, Disciple has already comprehended it. It's too late for regrets. What's there to regret? Blood Blade retorted. Dongbu Shuang was startled. It's a good thing to be able to open a Dao. Why should I regret? Blood Blade took a deep breath. He carefully looked at his disciple in front of him. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that this precious disciple of mine is extraordinarily formidable. He has only cultivated for 1,000,000 years, yet he has already opened his Dao. Compared to you, even though Bamboo Mountain's cultivation speed is fast, he's still far behind you. As his teacher, even I feel ashamed. Only then did Dongbu Shuang let out a sigh of relief. I thought teacher was angry and wanted to reprimand me. He did not mind opening his Dao first. When he was tortured by the 6 ghosts' resentment, Dongbu Shuang had already seen through life and death. Even if he could not become a ruler and died before this cosmos epoch ended, Dongbu Shuang would only be filled with gratitude. He could see the nervousness in his teacher's heart. He was worried that he would disappoint his teacher. After all, Blood Blade had reminded him time and time again. I haven't even praised you, and you're still reprimanding me. Blood Blade laughed. Actually, it doesn't matter much if you open your Dao first. As long as you can become a ruler before this epoch ends, it'll be fine. I believe that you'll be able to reach the Paragon realm within 1,000,000 years. After that, it won't be difficult for you to become a ruler. Master, the universe epoch has ended. Those who have transcended can continue living. Dongbu Shuang asked. Last time at the starting ground, the white-haired old man was a little angry. At that time, Dongbu Shuang did not dare to ask too many questions. Now, he came to ask his master. The end of this era. Blood Blade was stunned and fell silent. His expression was complicated. There was anticipation, worry, and a trace of unease. You'll know in the future. Blood Blade didn't explain further. Dongbu Shuang could vaguely guess from his master's expression, so he didn't ask any further. Dao of Mirage, what kind of Dao is it? Blood Blade asked. He had some guesses, but no one had grasped the Dao of Mirage in this cosmos epoch. Dongbu Shuang explained, it's no longer a simple mirage god heart. Instead, it's a vast mirage world. The mirage world can even evolve into a real world. When I walk in the mirage world, if an enemy doesn't have a method to forcefully infiltrate the mirage world, they wouldn't be able to attack me from the normal world. Oh, it's quite similar to my shadow world. Blood Blade laughed. In terms of assassination, both our Daos are ranked in the top 2 in the deity world and abyss. Dongbu Shuang agreed. In terms of potential, the Dao of Mirage and Dao of Shadows were comparable. They both surpassed the normal world. To be able to form an independent world, one is most proficient in assassination. Blood Blade said, like other Daos, such as Zhu Shan's destructive lightning or Hu Cheng's flames, they might be powerful, but they're Daos used in direct combat. They're still fighting in the normal world. Dongbu Shuang nodded. There were differences between the Daos opened. For example, Leaf Saint, Paragon Hu Cheng, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lord, and even the Myriad God Palace Head and Purgatory Ruler, although they had opened their Daos, they still lived in the normal world. It was just that the destructive lightning that Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lord executed was much more terrifying and destructive. It was sufficient to kill weaker paragons. Dongbu Shuang, on the other hand, relied on his opened Daos to control another world. Of course, the Mirage world was still in the process of being opened. It couldn't be compared to Blood Blade's shadow world. I've prepared a gift for you, to allow you to open your Daos as soon as possible after transcending. Blood Blade laughed, but now that you've reached the opening realm, my preparations are useless. Dongbu Shuang was stunned. His master had said that he would give him a gift. However, Dongbu Shuang didn't care too much about it. After all, he had his own absolute art and a true god weapon. He wasn't in urgent need of gifts. He immediately said, Master, if there are any treasures suitable for me in the future, please bestow them to this disciple. Since you've reached the opening realm, I naturally have to give you a gift. If this drags on, when you become a ruler, I'll have a headache trying to take out treasures that will satisfy you. Blood Blade laughed. At the same time, he looked at the void beside him. Wang! The void suddenly tore apart. The black bird flew out and landed on Blood Blade's shoulder. Take out a bottle of void soul fluid. Blood Blade said to the black bird. Void soul fluid? The black bird's eyes widened as it cried out, Blood Blade, I only have 1.5 bottle left. You want one? Give it to me. Blood Blade ordered. Only then did the black bird reluctantly open its beak. Instantly, a distorted space-time tunnel appeared within its beak. A bottle flew out from within and landed in Blood Blade's hand. It was a palm-sized black bottle. Blood Blade looked at the black bottle with a complicated expression. The greatest danger I've faced since my cultivation was to obtain this. Dongbo Shuang was shocked. His master's greatest danger was obtaining this treasure. Even the black bird's fifth uncle master was unwilling to part with it. Master, this is too precious. Dongbo Shuang said. Back then, I was still a paragon. I was in another cosmos, and I suffered a lot to obtain it. Bloodshed God Emperor chuckled, all right. Even though it is extremely important to rulers, your teacher has cultivated for so long, and there are many treasures more valuable than it. This void soul liquid has a relatively rare characteristic, and that is to allow the soul to evolve and become stronger. Evolve and strengthen the soul. Dongbo Shui Ying's eyes lit up. The soul and laws combine to form a true deity heart. The stronger the Tao one comprehended, the stronger the true deity heart would be. This was the normal way of cultivating in this cosmos to strengthen the soul. Yes, I've already used it. It is no longer of any use to me. I also gave your senior apprentice brother Monarch Green a bottle. Back then, he had just become a paragon. Blood Blade laughed, this bottle is for you. Kid. The black bird on God Emperor's shoulder was somewhat angry. It coldly snorted, this is the last bottle in this cosmos. I only have half a bottle left. Black bird, Snow Eagle has already opened up his Tao. With such comprehension abilities, I naturally have to help him. Blood Blade said. What? The black bird, who was originally angry, was greatly shocked. It looked at Dongbo Shuang in shock, you opened up your Tao. Yes. Dongbo Shuang nodded. It has only been 1,000,000 years, yet his cultivation speed is even more terrifying than Monarch Green's. Blood Blade, your disciple is actually so powerful. The black bird was shocked. 1,000,000 years was considered a very short period of cultivation. Most people would be considered very amazing if they could become a stage 2 world deity within 1,000,000 years. Dongbo Shuang, on the other hand, had already surpassed the entire world deity realm and opened up his Tao. Blood Blade, your disciple's chances of becoming a ruler are no less than Monarch Green's. The black bird said. Of course I know. Blood Blade threw the palm-sized black bottle to Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang accepted it. You must treasure it. When you use it and your soul is no longer able to improve, there might still be some leftover. At that time, you can give it to whoever you want. Naturally, your soul needs to be at least at the level of a powerful existence to use it. Most stage 4 world deities would not be able to withstand it and their soul would immediately shatter. Remember, as long as you can improve your soul, you must never give it to others. Do your best to improve your own soul. This will be extremely helpful to your cultivation. Blood Blade instructed, even 10 true god weapons wouldn't be exchanged for this bottle. Understood. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Use it immediately after you leave. If the other rulers were to find out, they would definitely snatch it from you. Blood Blade sighed, after all, this is an opportunity one obtained from another cosmos. This cosmos doesn't have it at all. Thank you, Master. Dongbo Shuang said gratefully. I only have the 3 of you as my personal disciples. If I don't help you, Who should I help? Bloodblade looked at Dongbush Shuaing with a smile. From Bloodblade's point of view, although Monarch Green was comparable to rulers and had an extremely high status, while Dongbush Shuaing was much weaker, he had already placed the two of them on the same level in his heart. Snow Eagle had only started cultivating a bit later. As for the ancient treasury, compared to Dongbush Shuaing and Monarch Green, it was slightly lacking. Chapter 655. Bloodblade said, now that you've reached the opening level, normal ruins won't be of much help to you. There are some places that you have the right to enter. Closely following that, Shuang received a transmission. It was a detailed intelligence report. There were 5 ruins recorded in the report. The first was the Lake Heart Island relic, which contained the Sword Realm, the Eternal Divine Palace, the Gate of Blazing Blood, and the Destruction Grotto Heaven. The second was the 6 Paths Tian Luan. The third was the Paradise Flying Ship. The fourth was the Moon Palace. The fifth was the Grass Hall. These are the most famous and powerful ruins. Bloodblade said, I've already told you about the other ruins. Of course, I won't talk about the starting ground etc. After all, even I haven't been there before. There are many hidden places in our universe that even I don't know about. Dongbush Shuang carefully understood the 5 ruins. The more he understood, the more shocked he was. There were many places in the Lake Heart Island ruins, of which there were 4 famous ones. The Destruction Paradise was at the bottom. This was because the Destruction Paradise was for the Army of Destruction to live in, and the Eternal God Palace was for the true upper echelons of the Lake Heart Island. It was named Eternal, and one had to be at least a ruler to enter. And the Sword World was even more terrifying. According to the report, anyone who entered in this universe epoch died. Even Bloodblade only lasted for a few breaths of time. What, the Dark Abyss was created by the demon ancestor? Dongbush Shuang looked at the detailed information on the 6 Paths Tian Luan and was shocked. Bloodblade nodded, yes. The demon ancestor created the 6 Paths Tian Luan, which swallowed all the dark and negative energy in the universe, forming layers of the Dark Abyss. It's said that the Dark Abyss is a bottomless abyss, but in truth, the deepest and most mysterious place is the 6 Paths Tian Luan. The 6 Paths Tian Luan is actually 6 special paradise worlds. It's said that the demon ancestor had extremely strong subordinates, and in the 3rd universe epoch, they were called demons. They were all ugly, evil, and violent. Because the demon ancestor created the Dark Abyss, the countless lifeforms looked like these ancient demons. Hence, they were called demons. However, in terms of strength, they are far from being comparable to those ancient demons. Ancient fiends, every single one of them was nurtured with great effort by the fiend ancestor. The 3 chieftains' sacred mountain you went to was a primordial demon's corpse. Bloodblade explained everything to him. Dongbush Shuang was shocked. The 3 chieftains' sacred mountain was the corpse of an ancient demon? The demon ancestor has a strange temperament. The other important ruins prohibit lifeforms from the universe from entering. Once they enter, they will be killed immediately. However, only the places left behind by the demon ancestor allow lifeforms from other universes to enter. Dongbush Shuang was surprised. According to common sense, ruins were usually left behind for the descendants of their home cosmos. Living beings from other cosmos should indeed be forbidden from entering. It was the same for the Lake Heart Island ruins. Anyone from the outer verse who dared to enter would be killed. Thus, the ancestor mother religion has entered the 6 heavenly wheel to snatch the treasures of our cosmos. Bloodblade frowned. The most troublesome thing is that any living being can only enter the 6 Paths Tian Luan 3 times in their lifetime. Previously, many supremacies had already gone there 3 times in order to break through their cultivation. As a result, only a few paragons could enter the 6 heavenly wheel. By the time they discover the ancestor mother religion, it will be hard to obstruct them. Dongbush Shuang nodded. The 6 heavenly wheel had 6 Edens. Rulers would enter the upper 3 Edens. Those below the ruler realm would enter the lower 3 Edens. Currently, we only have one paragon guarding the lower 3 Edens. Bloodblade said, "It's Monarch Hex Cricket." "It's him." Dongbush Shuang was startled. On the Cosmos Deity Demon list, there were Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, followed closely by Monarch Hex Cricket. Monarch Hex Cricket had a good temper, a good reputation, and was powerful. He was also honest. Even though he kept a low profile, even rulers admired him. Hex Cricket might be strong, but he is alone. Bloodblade said, "Even though there are a few paragons qualified to enter, they are too weak. They will be sending themselves to death if they enter." Snow Eagle, even though you have just broken through, you have cultivated the army of destruction absolute art and comprehended the Tao of Mirage. You specialize in survival. Thus, you should enter to temper yourself and also wreak havoc for the ancestor mother religion. I understand. Dongbush Shuang nodded. I've given you the detailed information. Go. Bloodblade said, "Don't feel pressured. We are much stronger than the ancestor mother religion. Disciple has a matter that I need teacher's help with." Dongbush Shuang said. "Ha, it's rare for you to speak. What's the matter?" Bloodblade asked. "It's Disciple's true god weapon flying knife." Dongbush Shuang extended his hand and took out a flying knife. This true god weapon flying knife was distorted and filled with scars. During the time at the starting ground, this disciple has used this flying knife and damaged it. Bloodblade extended his hand and took it. He inspected it. Fortunately, the interior is fine. Only the exterior material has been damaged. This is simple. Bloodblade extended his hand. A black flame appeared on his palm. He lightly brushed it across the flying knife, causing it to regain its smoothness. Following that, he casually took out 2 types of stones. Grabbing 2 of them, he directly incinerated them into liquid. Bloodshed God Emperor then lightly smeared the liquid on the flying knife. Following that, an array structure condensed out of thin air and imprinted itself on the flying knife. The flying knife immediately became stable. Done. Bloodblade threw the flying knife over. It's sharper and more stable than before. Dongbush Shuang was dumbstruck. Not even the time taken to brew a cup of tea had passed, and it was done. Even though he did not seek his teacher's help for the complicated matter of extracting the essence from the void black soil to condense the sun-star nucleus stone, he knew that it was easy to repair the flying knife. But it was still a true god weapon. He thought his teacher would take a day or 2 to fix it. Who would have thought that it was done in just a moment? From start to end, he had only used a single hand to caress the flying knife. The true god weapon was easily melted by the black flame on his teacher's palm. This made Dongbush Shuang feel the strength of the strongest expert in the cosmos. Is there anything else? Bloodblade chuckled. Teacher, please keep the matter of this disciple reaching the opening realm a secret. Dongbush Shuang said, I will use the Bloodshed Tavern Master robe to conceal my aura. In the eyes of the ancestor mother religion, I am still a stage 4 world deity. Ha, good. Bloodblade chuckled and nodded. Dongbush Shuang was a world deity. Furthermore, he was using the Bloodshed Tavern Master robe to conceal his aura. It was impossible to see any flaws on the surface. The only flaw was the size of his body in the River of Time. But under normal circumstances, nobody would go to the River of Time to search for Dongbush Shuang's body. Thus, he should not be exposed for the time being. Then this disciple will take his leave. Dongbush Shuang happily took the flying knife and left. Bloodblade shook his head and chuckled, he is quite cunning. You still dare to talk about your disciple. You were even more cunning than him in the past. The black bird on God Emperor's shoulder said. After leaving the Bloodshed God Palace, Dongbush Shuang first returned to the Xia people's world. He consumed the void spirit liquid before proceeding to the origin of the dark abyss, the sixth heavenly Eden world. Previously, when I teleported and disappeared, the ancestor mother religion will definitely be watching me in the dark. The moment I enter the sixth heavenly wheel, they will definitely know and come to deal with me. Very good, I have yet to fight after grasping the Tao of Mirage. Dongbu Shuang was looking forward to it. This chapter only felt better after deleting a few thousand words. A new chapter, new three ancestors, began. Chapter 656. Within the time-space tunnel. A starfield flying ship was currently flying at high speed. The black-robed Dongbu Shuang stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the colorful light flowing through the tunnel. I've left the material realm and the territory of the Bloodshed God Palace. If the ancestor mother religion has been watching me, they should know by now, right? Dongbu Shuang guessed inwardly, are they sending experts to attack me again to verify if I can teleport away? Or are they afraid of an ambush and dare not act? There were many guesses. But Dongbu Shuang remained calm. He was even controlling the starfield flying ship to travel through time-space slowly. One had to know that now that he had opened the Tao of Mirage, his speed would be much faster if he were to travel through time-space in the Mirage world. After all, that was a world that belonged to him. But since he had to disguise himself, he had to disguise his flying speed too. Otherwise, the enemies would be suspicious of Dongbu Ying's speed if they were to sense karma. Powerful existences would not be so bored as to look at the river of time and search for me in it. Dongbu Shuang thought. He had never looked at other powerful existences before, I won't be exposed for the time being. Thus, I have to be more careful in disguising myself. Good. I'll use this chance to deal a heavy blow to the ancestor mother religion. Dongbu Shuang did not show any mercy to the ancestor mother religion. After all, both parties came from different cosmos. The ancestor mother religion did not show any mercy to them. Killing, plundering, these were the actions of the ancestor mother religion. The starfield flying ship continued flying. Dongbu Ying's body was faintly discernible. He seemed illusory and real at the same time. His gaze was distant. He was looking at the vast mirage world that encompassed the ordinary world and the time-space tunnel. The mirage world extended out in all directions with him at the center. The region it covered was also the region he could control. After absorbing the void spirit liquid, my true deity heart has undergone a huge transformation. Dongbu Shuang could feel his deduction speed becoming 10 times faster than before. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Within his sea of consciousness, the tiny Dongbu Shuang had grown. If he was the size of an infant previously, he was now the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. His true deity heart was clearly much stronger than before. Before bidding farewell to his master, Blood Blade, he first returned to the safest place, the Xia people's world. There, Dongbu Shuang fed the void spirit fluid to his main body, white-robed Dongbu Shuang. Each time, he consumed a small amount. After consuming 90% of the void spirit fluid in 3 days, he could no longer absorb any more. At that time, the main body's deity heart had already undergone a great transformation. Immediately after, Dongbu Shuang directly dissipated his clone's true deity heart, allowing his true deity heart to be split into 2, one in his clone and the other in his true body. With his attainment in the Tao of Mirage and the time flow that was 100 times faster, Dongbu Shuang only took 5 days to recover the true deity heart of his main body and avatar to their peak. After the transformation, Dongbu Shuang couldn't help but sigh. My senior apprentice brother Monarch Green is so heaven-defying that he can fight sovereigns as a paragon. Other than his talent being heaven-defying, this void spirit fluid has also played a huge role. He was certain of this point because he had personally felt how mystical the void spirit fluid was. The strength of a deity heart would allow one to cultivate and deduce 10 times faster. For instance, deducing a secret skill would take 1,000,000 years in the past, but after the transformation of the deity heart, it would only take 100,000 years. This was just the speed of deduction. A strong soul was a powerful life form, and it would be beneficial in all aspects. Naturally, cultivation placed more emphasis on comprehension ability. If one's comprehension ability was poor, they would be stuck at a bottleneck. No matter how fast one's deduction speed was, they would not be able to break through. As for comprehension ability, it was formed from the accumulation of life, thoughts, temperament, understanding of the world, and many other aspects. Comprehension ability would also change with time and experience. Thus, some cultivators might not be able to recover from certain setbacks. And some would suddenly gain enlightenment, allowing their cultivation to progress at a tremendous pace. For instance, Dongbo Shuang could only be considered a genius with a decent comprehension ability in the mortal world when he was young. But now, he was standing at a frightening height. Strange. The ancestor mother religion did not ambush us along the way. Dongbo Shuang controlled the starfield flying ship and flew out from the passage of time. He then saw the dark abyss ahead. The dark abyss was dark. It was cylindrical like an intestine, and many layers of the abyss world were stacked together. Usually, one would head to a certain layer of the abyss world. For instance, one would first enter the first layer before proceeding deeper. And this time, Dongbo Shuang was heading to the origin of the entire dark abyss. The deepest and deepest layer was where the sixth heavenly wheel was hidden. Who? Dongbo Shuang directly tore through spacetime. He rushed towards the end of the dark abyss. There were two places in the dark abyss that one could reach by tearing through spacetime. One was at the top, and the other was at the bottom. The bottommost region was dark and murky. Space was distorted, and everything was in chaos. Those with weaker combat power would be completely torn apart by the distorted space. Shuang had only been able to safely enter the sixth heavenly wheel thanks to the detailed information provided by his teacher. He knew the method to enter the sixth heavenly wheel. One had to know. Ordinary true gods would usually not have heard of the sixth heavenly wheel. After all, it was different from the Lake Heart Island master. The sixth heavenly wheel left behind by the ancestor devil could even form the dark abyss. One could imagine how dangerous it was within. Tearing through spacetime, Dongbo Shuang directly arrived at this place. What a mess. His surroundings were dark. Hong Long Long, a terrifying energy was frenziedly stirring the void. The void was twisting and turning into a terrifying whirlpool. This stirring energy could easily tear apart ordinary true gods. Furthermore, the entire bottom of the dark abyss was distorting, and the dark abyss was still absorbing the dark negative energy from the outside. Ever since the ancestor devil created the sixth heavenly wheel, the dark abyss would be born in every cosmos epoch. Dongbo Shuang ignored the dark whirlpool and forcefully headed towards the center. The deeper he went, the stronger the stirring energy became. But fortunately, one had to know that when he was at the fourth level of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, Dongbo Shuang's armor was able to withstand a strike from the White Sovereign King. Just his defense alone was comparable to an apex paragon, allowing him to disregard all the stirring energy. Now that Dongbo Shuang had reached the fifth level of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, the defense of his armor was even more heaven-defying. After all, he had advanced by an entire realm. I see it. Dongbo Shuang saw an incomparably huge roulette. This roulette was incomparably huge. It was separated into 6 colors: black, blood red, silver white, dark green, dark yellow, and gray. The 6-colored roulette was at the center of the whirlpool. It was revolving very slowly, and a terrifying dark destructive aura was spreading out. Dongbo Shuang had reached the opening realm and had been strengthened by the void spirit liquid. His true deity heart was strong enough to resist against it. However, he still frowned. This is the end of the abyss, the core of the abyss. He could feel the will of the abyss that had once rejected him. South, when Dongbu Shuang got closer to the roulette, suddenly, an invisible energy enveloped Dongbu Shuang. With a so, Dongbu Shuang was directly swallowed into the blood-red region of the six-colored roulette. Chapter 657. Through the dense blood color. Only then did Dongbu Shuang regain his freedom. He slowly descended and stood on the peak of a mountain. He looked at the vast world in front of him. The sky was blood-red, and the ground was black. Amidst the black, one could vaguely see fresh blood seeping through. Blood Devil Eden. Dongbu Shuang muttered, the Blood Devil Eden of the lower three Edens. The six heavenly wheel created by Ancestor Devil was a world of 6 great Edens. At the same time, these 6 great Edens each contained an inheritance of Ancestor Devil. The 6 great Edens also contained 6 great inheritances. Naturally, this was just one of the many treasures in the 6 heavenly wheel. Absolute arts were not suitable for everyone. For instance, Dongbu Shuang cultivated the Tao of Mirage. If not for the Tao of Mirage absolute art, he could not cultivate it to a high level. There were many treasures in the 6 heavenly wheel, and they were far more attractive to cultivators than the 6 great inheritances. According to the information given by teacher, the lower 3 Edens are currently guarded by Monarch Hex Cricket. Monarch Hex Cricket is guarding the most important, Black Rain Eden. The other 2 worlds in the lower 3 Edens, Blood Devil Eden and Icy Snow Eden, are guarded by the protectors of the Ancestor Mother religion. Dongbu Shuang nodded inwardly, but now, there is an additional me in the Blood Devil Eden. The Ancestor Mother religion will not dare to act outside. But they should dare to act inside the Blood Devil Eden. Dongbu Shuang was looking forward to it. There is no need to care about them. They will send themselves to my doorstep. Following that, Dongbu Shuang turned into a stream of light, arcing through the sky and flying towards the distance. For the sake of disguise, he was still flying at his usual speed. It was easy for the Ancestor Mother religion to find him. They could just rely on karma. But he had no way of finding them. After all, the other party did not have any karma. If they were to hide, even Blood Blade and the others would have a hard time finding them. Thus, if the Ancestor Mother religion did not act, Dongbu Shuang would not foolishly wait. Other than dealing with the Ancestor Mother religion, he came to the Blood Devil Eden to temper himself. After all, this was the end of the Darkness Abyss, a place that was almost comparable to the Lake Heart Island ruins. Back when he was at the Lake Heart Island ruins, he had only entered the Destruction Paradise, which was relatively less dangerous. He had not entered the other places. The Blazing Blood door had already been opened, but he had not dared to enter. Now, looking at the information provided by his master, his choice back then was very wise. In the God world, there was a stretch of continents that stretched as far as the eye could see. In one of the secret halls, a silver-robed elder was sitting cross-legged. It's time to investigate Dongbu Shuang's location. The silver-robed old man began investigating through karma. Back then, the Ancestor Mother religion was confident that they could obtain the precious materials brought by Dongbu Shuang. Naturally, they would keep a close eye on him at all times. The moment Dongbu Shuang left the territory of the Bloodshed God Palace, the Ancestor Mother religion immediately knew of it and sent out that golden-haired monkey. But it was different this time. The Ancestor Mother religion no longer had the confidence to kill Dongbu Shuang. They felt that it was entirely possible for Dongbu Shuang to teleport and escape. In addition, the experts of the Ancestor Mother religion could not use karma to investigate. Bamboo Saint had also died, and the Ancestor Mother religion did not have many people they could use. All of them had extraordinary strength, and were at least ordinary true gods. With such strength and status, it was impossible for them to keep a close eye on someone all the time. They could only watch occasionally. How tiring would it be to keep a close eye on someone all the time? Without sufficient benefits, powerful existences would not be bothered to do so. The ancestor mother religion was only paying attention to Dongbu Shuang. They did not have the craziness to do so. He has finally left the material realm. Amen. The silver-robed old man was startled. He is within the sixth heavenly wheel. The sixth heavenly wheel is extremely secretive. It was religious leader who told me about it. Only then did I know of its location. Who would have thought that a stage 4 world deity like Dongbu Shuang would dare to enter? That's right, his current strength has reached the threshold of a paragon, and he is qualified to enter. Religious leader. The silver-robed old man immediately transmitted. His status was clearly different from Bamboo Saint. He was more trusted by the ancestor mother religion, and could even contact the religious leader directly. Dongbu Shuang has already left the material realm. He is heading towards the end of the dark abyss, the sixth heavenly wheel. According to my senses, he is heading towards the blood devil Eden. The silver-robed old man transmitted. At the end of the dark abyss, within the sixth heavenly wheel, blood devil Eden. On the vast wilderness, there were 5 ordinary stone houses. There was a protector from the ancestor mother religion staying in each of them. Within one of the stone houses located at the edge, a hunchbacked male was currently curled up like a child sleeping soundly. His green hair was densely scattered over his shoulders. Even in his sleep, these countless strands of green hair would occasionally dance in the air. Shen Yun Dharma. A distant transmission resounded directly in his mind. The hunchbacked male opened his eyes. They were filled with green light. Religious leader. The hunchbacked male immediately sat cross-legged and replied. Shenyun Dharma, this cultivator Cosmos Dongbu Shuang, has already entered the blood devil Eden. Originally, we weren't in a rush to act against him. But since he has entered the blood devil Eden, it is an opportunity bestowed upon us by Ancestor Mother. The religious leader transmitted, this Dongbu Shuang is an extremely formidable stage 4 world deity. The armor he is wearing is quite formidable, and he has a strange escaping technique. Thus, I need you to go over and use your void restriction technique to restrain him. I want to see if he will teleport away again this time. Yes, religious leader. The hunchbacked male acknowledged. Go all out to guard against his escape technique, but I'm guessing that it's unlikely that he can use that kind of escape technique as he pleases. After all, even the temporal island lord of this cosmos does not have such a heaven-defying escaping technique. The religious leader said, I guess that it might be a one-time use treasure. It might also have many restrictions. Thus, if you make a move this time, it is entirely possible for you to capture him. If you capture him, there is no need to kill him. Just seal his true deity heart and bring him back. I will invite the other religious leaders to examine his soul and find out what secrets he has. Yes, I will do my best to capture him. The hunchbacked male was filled with confidence. Following that, the transmission was cut. The hunchbacked male stood up and walked out of the stone house. When he walked out, another tall and sturdy figure walked out from one of the 5 stone houses. This tall and sturdy figure was similar to the fanged religious leader. He also had a pair of fangs, but his skin was dark red. This tall and sturdy fanged man looked at the hunchbacked male and shouted, Brother Cheng Yun, where are you going? We are about to complete the refinement. In a while, we will set off again. Big brother Huizhu, the religious leader has instructed me to go out and capture that Dongbu Shuang. The hunchbacked male said. Oh, Dongbu Shuang. The crimson-skinned fanged man laughed, I have heard of him before. He is a genius stage 4 world deity from this cosmos. It is said that he had fought with Leaf Saint before. Who would have thought that he would actually dare to come to the blood devil Eden? You must succeed and capture him. Amen. The hunchbacked male nodded, as long as he doesn't have that teleportation technique, I will definitely be able to capture him and seal his true deity heart. At that time, his life and death will be beyond our control. Go. Come back as soon as possible. By the time you return, the refinement should be almost complete. The crimson-skinned fanged man said. The hunchbacked male immediately took a step forward. Without a sound, his body turned transparent and merged with the void. He then set off in the direction of Dongbush Shui Ying's location. The location provided by the religious leader was a little vague. It was only a rough area. Clearly, it was based on karma. But since he was in the Blood Devil Eden, it was too difficult to pinpoint a precise location. He was rushing along. Even though he could merge with the void, the laws of the world were sealed within the Blood Devil Eden. These experts from the Ancestor Mother religion were called fools by Temporal Island Lord and Blood Blade precisely because their realms were too low. Like this Jinyun Dharma, he was a protector class expert, and was equivalent to a paragon. But his realm was very low. It was only after he came to this cosmos that he became slightly stronger. Even so, he was still at the level of an ordinary stage 4 world deity. With this realm, he naturally had to obediently fly. He flew for a total of 2 days. Fortunately, the religious leader had provided him with the approximate location of Dongbush Shuang. I found him. Jinyun Dharma looked into the distance. His terrifying vision allowed him to see a stream of light flying in the distance. Even though he is famous for his powerful body, his flying speed is much slower than mine. Jinyun Dharma revealed a cold smile. It is fated that I can't escape. And in the distance, Dongbush Shuang was currently flying at his previous speed. The Blood Devil Eden is truly huge. Dongbush Shuang was flying. With him as the center, an illusory world was spreading out. Naturally, it covered the region where Jinyun Dharma was located. I have been flying for such a long time, yet the Ancestor Mother religion has only rushed over. Judging from his aura, he should be at the protector class. He is equivalent to our paragons. His mirage world had completely covered Jinyun Dharma. Even the pores on Jinyun Dharma's face could be seen clearly. The cold glint in his eyes and the sneer on Jinyun Dharma's face could be seen clearly. But Jinyun Dharma did not know. Chapter 658. My first prey. Dongbush Shuang continued flying normally. The blood in his body was starting to boil. Even though the blood blade only allowed him to cause some destruction, he already had a plan. What he wanted was to kill the other party. But Dongbush Shuang was clear that this was a difficult task. After all, it was extremely difficult to kill a protector of the Ancestor Mother religion. Monarch Hex Cricket. Dongbush Shuang transmitted through karma. Monarch Dongbua. Within the Black Rain Eden, of the 6 great heavenly wheels, black rain was pattering down. On a vast black lake, there was a 10-meter-wide stone protruding from the surface of the lake. On that stone sat a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious dark green robe. There were 2 soft feelers protruding from his forehead, and his eyes were glowing green. Hong! An enormous misty green light pillar shot up into the sky with him at the center. It charged all the way to the deepest part of the sky dome. This misty light pillar spanned a total of 1 trillion kilometers. The power it emitted was incomparably horrifying. He was Monarch Hex Cricket. Be it the Dark Abyss or the Deity World, all powerful existences respected this Monarch Hex Cricket from the bottom of their hearts. Even rulers admired him because Monarch Hex Cricket truly cared for the entire cosmos. He was extremely benevolent and had a good reputation. He was honest and had a good temper. Naturally, his combat power was formidable too. He was ranked 12th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. Just based on his combat power, even rulers could not kill him. Because one of his avatars was stationed in the lower 3 Edens of the 6 heavenly wheels, and only those below the ruler realm could enter this place. While he was guarding this place for the entire cosmos, this avatar of his was absolutely safe. Because none of the dangers below the ruler realm, including the lower 3 Edens, could threaten him. Why did you suddenly contact me? Unless your fish has taken the bait, Monarch Hex Cricket transmitted with a smile. Yes, the fish took the bait. Dongbu Shuang replied. Not long after entering the lower three heavens, Monarch Hex Cricket had contacted him, and the two of them had conversed. He didn't hide the fact that he had reached the opening realm from Monarch Hex Cricket. Monarch Hex Cricket was still trustworthy, and it was impossible for him to be a traitor. Firstly, there was no reason for him to betray, and secondly, even if he really wanted to betray, it was impossible for him to do so because of a small matter like Dongbu Shuang. It's just a fish. It's a hunchbacked man with green hair dancing in the wind. Dongbu Shuang transmitted, Monarch Hex Cricket, do you have any understanding of him? I do not know his name, but the ancestor mother religion has attempted to attack me several times. I understand this group of protectors quite well. This stooped male is ordinary amongst the protectors of the ancestor mother religion, but he specializes in controlling the void, especially his countless hairs that can cover the world and restrict the enemy. Monarch Hex Cricket gently transmitted with a smile. The surrounding black rain was pattering, yet it could not touch him at all. The ancestor mother religion sent him here because he knows that your defenses are formidable, and they can't kill you. Thus, they wish to trap and capture you alive. I understand. Dongbu Shuang immediately understood. You have to be careful. The ancestor mother religion comes from another cosmos. Even though their realms are low, and their techniques are crude, their bodies are extremely strong. Even if this stooped male specializes in controlling the void, and is an ordinary protector, his pure physical strength is comparable to mine. Their apex protectors have strength that far surpasses mine. Monarch Hex Cricket transmitted. But their realms are too far apart from Monarch Hex Cricket. Dongbu Shuang immediately replied. In the eyes of Dongbu Shuang and the others, strength and realms were mutually complementary. Just having strength without realms would make it hard for one to unleash 10% of one's full strength. Monarch, he is about to act. I'll play with him first. Dongbu Shuang transmitted. Be careful. Monarch Hex Cricket did not say anything else. Monarch Hex Cricket was also very concerned about the appearance of the second person from the same race in the lower three Edens. It was just that the Black Rain Eden involved too many things, and he had to stay here for a long period of time. Dongbu Shuang relied on the Tao of Mirage to extend his Mirage world, observing every single movement of that protector. Zhenyun Dharma was secretly observing Dongbu Shuang. His body had blended into the void and was getting closer. A stage 4 world deity dares to come to the 6th heavenly wheel. Is it because your defenses are formidable? Your defenses are formidable, and I and the other protectors will have a hard time killing you. But it's much easier to trap you. Zhenyun Dharma rapidly flew closer. When the distance between the two shrunk to a few 100 million kilometers, Zhenyun Dharma did not dare to get any closer. His eyes were filled with green light as he coldly stared at the distant Dongbu Shuang, who seemed to be unaware of what was happening. Hua! Countless strands of his green hair rapidly grew. Every single strand of hair entered the void and began revolving around Dongbu Shuang from all directions. This green hair was like a weapon, extending at an extremely fast speed. Very soon, it formed a completely sealed sphere around Shuang, and Shuang was at the center of this sphere made up of countless strands of hair. At this moment, he still had a dazed look on his face as he continued flying. As he flew, the sphere formed by his hair was also flying. Too easy. With a thought, Protector Qing Yun's countless strands of hair began to shrink. The sphere that spanned a few 100 million kilometers also began shrinking. Of course, such a commotion could no longer be concealed. What happened? Dongbu Shuang looked in shock, in all directions. He saw countless strands of green hair appearing in the void and were currently revolving around him. Dongbu Shuang, it's better for you to surrender. A stooped male appeared in the distance. His hair danced in the air and eventually spread out to form a huge cage that wrapped around him. This stooped male, Zhenyun Dharma, stared at Dongbu Shuang. He knew that Dongbu Shuang had an extremely formidable teleportation technique. He was watching to see if Dongbu Shuang would teleport away. Fool from the ancestor mother religion. Dongbu Shuang extended his right hand, causing the blood serpent spear to appear. Die. With just you. Zhenyun Dharma sneered. Hong. The blood serpent spear in Shui Ying's hand abruptly expanded. This black spear had crimson-veined patterns twisting on it. At this moment, the spear suddenly expanded to become like a sky pillar. Shuang held onto the spear and directly stabbed out. Currently, Shui Ying's spear technique had undergone another transformation. After leaving the starting ground, he had been refining the blood serpent spear in closed-door cultivation. During the process of refining the blood serpent spear, he had to comprehend the eternal Tao of slaughter within. Only after reaching a certain realm would he be able to refine it. During this process, Dongbu Shuang had fused his understanding of the Tao of slaughter with his own understanding of the Tao of mirage. Naturally, he had perfected his spear technique. His current spear technique was much more profound than before he went to the starting ground. But this Zhenyun Dharma from the ancestor mother religion was only at the ordinary stage for world deity realm. His realm was too far away from Dongbu Shuang, and he could not see through the profound mysteries contained within this spear technique. You still want to struggle? What a joke. Zhenyun Dharma did not care. At that moment, countless strands of hair shot towards the incoming spear. Hong. A world maelstrom appeared faintly on the crimson spearhead. Within the world maelstrom, there were many distorted and shattered worlds. At the center of the maelstrom was a terrifying killing intent. This was a true god weapon that contained the eternal Tao of slaughter. Furthermore, it was the power of Dongbu Shui Ying's extreme annihilation mysterious body, 5th level large success, and luminous sun, 5th volume large success. Even though those strands of hair were tough and had terrifying strength, the usage of his realm was too crude. At the moment they came in contact with the spear, they were torn apart by the world maelstrom on the spear tip. Selah, the spear pierced through the strands of hair and pierced towards Zhenyun Dharma. What? Zhenyun Dharma turned pale with fright. He was extremely confident in the toughness of his hair. He did not dare believe that the other party's spear could easily break through the obstruction of his hair. But regardless of how he did not believe it, the spear was already piercing towards him. He is a stage 4 world deity. He relied on his absolute art and flying knife true god weapon to barely block Leaf Saint. What a joke. He is definitely at the Paragon realm. With such a powerful spear technique, he should have opened some sort of Tao of slaughter. Zhenyun Dharma was completely stunned by the power of this spear. Chapter 659. A dark gray stone cudgel appeared in Zhenyun Dharma's right hand. He swung the stone cudgel and smashed it forward forcefully. This smash caused the surrounding void to collapse. Chi chi chi, his stone cudgel smashed against the incoming blood serpent spear. The spear's body was like a huge snake that was extremely slippery. A world whirlpool appeared on the tip of the spear. The spear's body also had a strange twisting power. The stone cudgel also smashed down with the profound mysteries of the void. However, only 20 to 30% of that terrifying power was used on the spear's body. This was the difference in their cultivation realms. Even though it was only 20 to 30% of his strength, Dongbu Shuang still felt the spear's body tilt and missed. What a strong strength! Zhenyun Dharma was shocked. He initially thought that he would be able to smash his opponent's spear away. The cultivators in this universe are all very weak. Even though Dongbu Shuang had just broken through, he is only a newly advanced paragon. How could I not be able to suppress him in terms of strength? This is interesting. Dongbu Shui Ying's pupils constricted. Although I might be able to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash, it would be difficult to kill him. I should make use of my advantage, the advantage of my cultivation realm. Dongbua Shui Ying's spear arts immediately changed. That blood serpent spear which was traversing through the heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into a huge snake at this moment. It moved like a phantom time and time again. Every time it moved, it would seem as though it was floating. However, at the crucial moment, it would explode with immense power. Zhenyun Dharma had already gathered countless strands of hair around him. At the same time, he used the stone cudgel in his hand to defend against the attacks. Pooh! Ultimately, the difference in cultivation realm was too great. Dongbua Shui Ying's spear would immediately stab out again when it seemed like it couldn't do much. After stabbing out for over 10 times, the spear finally pierced through countless strands of hair. It brushed past the stone cudgel and pierced into Zhenyun Dharma's abdomen. The true god weapon's Tao of Massacre had long been activated. It forcefully pierced through that incomparably tough skin. Just as it pierced out a huge bloody hole, the spear was blocked by Zhenyun Dharma's muscles. He drew and sheathed his spear. This kind of injury is not worth mentioning to me. Zhenyun Dharma was very confident. While his body was strong, his recovery ability was also very strong. Although that spear strike contained a terrifying killing intent, Zhenyun Dharma felt that it was easy for him to recover. What happened? Suddenly, Protector Cheng Yun was shocked to find that the bloody hole in his abdomen was faintly entangled with a strange kind of energy, which made the recovery of the wound extremely slow. Moreover, this strange energy was still trying to penetrate into his body, but was forcefully blocked by Protector Cheng Yun's tyrannical body. Poison. Could it be that this Dongbua Shuang knows the voodoo poison of their universe? Zhenyun Dharma's expression changed drastically. This voodoo poison is so powerful that it can threaten me? In the distance, Dongbua Shuang had a judgment on this protector of the ancestor mother religion, by relying on the luminous sun and the extreme annihilation mysterious body. Even though I am at the initial opening realm, I should be able to fight against an apex paragon in terms of pure strength. But compared to this Zhenyun Dharma, my strength should only be half of his. After piercing through the hair, the power of the spear has been reduced by 30 to 40%. In a head-on clash, I do not have much of an advantage. He was originally weaker than the other party in terms of strength, and those strands of hair were extremely tough. After piercing through the hair, the strength of the spear technique was only about 30% of the other party's. Even if the other party used all his strength, he could only use 20 to 30% of it. Both parties were still equal. According to what Monarch Hex Cricket said, this is merely an ordinary protector from the ancestor mother religion. In terms of strength, he is comparable to Monarch Hex Cricket and stronger than my two absolute arts. Dongbua Shuang could feel the huge disparity between the cultivation techniques of the two cosmoses. He felt that the disparity was huge. Zhenyun Dharma felt even more frustrated. I have been a protector for so many years, yet I am being completely suppressed. I might not be able to fight against Monarch Hex Cricket, but this puny Dongbua Shuang can suppress me with his spear technique. Both parties felt awkward. One of them had two absolute arts that specialized in strength, yet he could not compare to the other party. The other had been a protector for a long time, yet he was being bullied by a new brat. Seeing how his wounds are recovering so slowly, the blood serpent venom is indeed extraordinary. Dongbua Shuang revealed a joyous look. He immediately struck out with the spear in his hand. The blood serpent venom was indeed sinister and vicious. This true god weapon contained the eternal Tao of slaughter, signifying that it was refined by at least a ruler. Such an expert had deliberately placed the blood serpent venom within the true god weapon. Naturally, the blood serpent venom would not be weak. Using the words of that white-haired old man at the starting ground, paragons with weaker physiques would die with a single stab. Even if their physiques were strong, it would be hard to expel the blood serpent venom if they were stabbed. It would be hard for their bodies to recover. Clearly, it would be hard for Zhenyun Dharma to recover. The blood serpent spear swept across the sky, transforming into an illusion. Occasionally, it would stab Jinyun Dharma. Jinyun Dharma roared in anger. He waved his stone rod with vast and vigorous strength. Unfortunately, most of his strength was useless. Only a small portion of his strength would affect the blood serpent spear. But for every 10 attacks, he would be struck once. In the blink of an eye. There were already 8 bloody holes on his body. Even his throat had a hole. Jinyun Dharma was trying his best to recover, and the bloody holes on his body were slowly shrinking. However, he was unable to expel the blood serpent venom from his body. Every time he was struck, the blood serpent venom in his body would become denser and denser. I can't win against a mere Dongbu Shuang. Jinyun Dharma's stooped body let out a roar. Countless strands of hair danced in the air, flickering with green light. Every part of his body, including his hair, started forming patterns. The aura of his body also exploded. He looked at Dongbu Shuang with a savage expression. He directly waved the stone rod in his hand, causing the surrounding void to collapse. This time, its power was too explosive. Dongbu Shuang looked from afar and knew that this move was far stronger than before. His strength has exploded. Dongbu Shuang was inwardly startled. He had previously learned from his teacher that the experts from the ancestor mother religion had tyrannical bodies. Furthermore, they would erupt at crucial moments to strengthen their bodies, though this could only last for a short period of time. Who? Dongbu Shuang did not believe it. He used his spear to clash head-on. He wanted to test and see how much the other party had increased in strength. Hong! At the moment when the weapons of both parties clashed, Dongbu Shuang and his weapon were smashed downwards, forming a huge crater on the ground. His strength is 3 times stronger than before. Dongbu Shuang leaped out from the crater. He stared at Jinyun Dharma who was diving down at high speed. His strength is already tyrannical, yet it has increased by so much. Previously, he had always looked down on the ancestor mother religion. He always felt that their realms were too low and crude. But at this moment, Dongbu Shuang understood that the other party was not any weaker than the cultivation civilization of his side. Even though his realm was weaker, he had a single move that could dominate the world, his strength was great and his speed was fast. Under ordinary circumstances, an ordinary protector would have a strength comparable to that of Monarch Hex Cricket. If he were to go all out, he could increase his strength by 3 times. This strength had reached the ruler realm. Even though his realm was low, his strength was sufficiently terrifying. Fortunately, my strength isn't weak either. With 2 absolute arts, even if he erupts, I can still tangle with him. Dongbu Shuang faced the furious Jinyun Dharma who was diving down. He immediately took out his blood serpent spear. At this moment, he did not attack. Instead, he focused on defending. Peng peng peng, the stone pole was ferocious and without waves. When Dongbu Shuang attacked with his full strength, the other party could still display 20 to 30% of his strength. But Dongbu Shuang was focused on defending, causing the other party to barely display 10% of his strength. Even though the countless strands of hair were dancing around, causing Dongbu Shuang to be slightly distracted, his defense was still watertight. I can't injure him at all. Jinyun Dharma saw that his full strength was useless. At the same time, the blood serpent venom was still lingering in his body. I can't maintain this eruption for long. I have to leave. Who? He immediately turned around and left. Because at this moment, his flying speed was extremely fast. Cult leader. Where did you get the information that said that Dongbu Shuang is a stage 4 world deity? As he was escaping, Jinyun Dharma transmitted, his strength is much stronger than what the information said. I don't think he is a stage 4 world deity. I'm afraid he is already a paragon. Paragon? He has only cultivated his heart for 1,000,000 years and he has already become a paragon. The cult leader was in disbelief. The more he understood this cultivator universe, the more he understood how unbelievable it was for someone to become a paragon in 1,000,000 years. I have already exchanged blows with him and started escaping. How could it be fake? Zhenyun Dharma transmitted anxiously. As for Shuang, who was chasing behind him, he threw out a flying knife in his hand. Hong. True God weapon flying knife. Dongbua Shuang poured all of his strength into the flying knife. His comprehension of the massacre Dao was getting higher and higher. The flying knife almost instantly appeared in between Zhenyun Dharma's eyebrows. From the mirage world to the normal world, there were no signs. In addition, Zhenyun Dharma's realm was low. Hence, he only reacted when the flying knife appeared. Pang! His head exploded from the attack. However, another head grew out rapidly. However, the blood serpent venom at his throat had already spread to his chin. It's a flying knife. Zhenyun Dharma just recalled that Dongbua Shuang still had a true god weapon flying knife. You can't escape this time. Dongbua Shuaying's voice was firm and reverberated throughout the universe. His eyes were filled with passion. Chapter 660. Zhenyun Dharma's expression changed. The flying dagger's power could not compare to the blood serpent spear. However, the flying dagger had appeared in front of his forehead from the mirage world and attacked him. Its power was completely unleashed without any loss. When the blood serpent's spear attacked, it was first entangled by countless strands of hair and then blocked by Zhenyun Dharma's all-out defense. Naturally, its power was constantly weakened and it only left bloody holes on his body. However, with the flying dagger, Dongbua Shuaying's power had increased by a huge level. His comprehension of the Tao of slaughter had also deepened. Zhenyun Dharma naturally could not withstand the attack without any defense. His flying dagger destroyed my head. A portion of my flesh can be regenerated, but some of it has been completely destroyed. This attack consumed 1% of my life force. Zhenyun Dharma looked at the bloody holes on his body. The flesh around these bloody holes and the life force contained within were all filled with the blood serpent poison. The best way to detoxify it was to dig out all the flesh and give up on it. However, if he dug out all the flesh and gave up on the life force contained within, he would lose at least 30% of his life force. With such heavy injuries on his body, he could not maintain his explosive state. At that time, Dongbua Shuang would catch up and stab him, killing him. I am currently forcefully suppressing the hex poison and maintaining the circulation of my body. However, his flying dagger will still injure me time and time again, consuming my life force. If I consume too much, I will no longer be able to erupt. Zhenyun Dharma was anxious. Moreover, being heavily injured will affect my flying speed. If this continues, I might die in his hands. Zhenyun Dharma panicked. Death? After coming to this cultivation universe, he had thought of the possibility of death. However, his death had to be worthwhile. At that time, the sect would naturally compensate him and even help him to come to this cultivation universe. If I die in the hands of Dongbua Shuang, I will not be able to obtain anything. My death would not be worth it. Zhenyun Dharma was anxious. Once I die, I might never be able to return to this cultivation universe. No, I cannot die. I definitely cannot. He was heavily injured by the flying dagger, but many thoughts appeared in his mind. At the same time, he started contacting the cult master. Cult master, save me. Quick, get Big Brother Huizhu and the others to save me. The distant base of the ancestor mother religion in the cultivator cosmos. In the lofty bronze palace hall, there were many mottled traces in many places. In the center of the hall, the huge fanged man, whose greenish-brown skin was only wrapped in a few rags, was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he revealed a shocked expression. Zhenyun Dharma, you can't even escape. His weapon contains voodoo poison. My body can barely suppress it, but I can't expel it. His true god weapon, the flying dagger, is even more sinister. It appears from nothingness, and when it appears, it's already in front of me. I can't block it at all. Moreover, that flying knife didn't just shatter my head. The killing power it contained also annihilated a portion of my head's life force. Every time I'm hit, my flying speed is affected. If this goes on, I might die at his hands. Zhenyun Dharma urgently asked for help. Alright, but Hu Zhu and the others are slightly further away from you. Try your best to hold on. The religious master said. Ask them to hurry. Zhenyun Dharma anxiously replied. The religious master did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the other 4 protectors in the Blood Devil Eden, Hu Zhu, the 4 of you set off immediately to save Cheng Yun. We have to save him. Every bit of our strength is precious, and we must protect it. The eyes of the religious master were filled with anger. This was a huge miscalculation. Life forms in the cultivator cosmos can easily revive a dead avatar. We are different from them. The religious master muttered. Dongbo Shuang, how strong is he exactly? The religious master suppressed his anger. Religious master, I've already investigated through the river of time. Dongbo Shuaying's body is incomparably huge in the river of time. His body's width is 1/10 of the entire river of time. I can confirm that he is still a stage 4 world deity, but he has opened a Dao path. Just like Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. A message was transmitted over. He has cultivated for just 1,000,000 years. He has opened a Dao path. The religious master became more and more anxious. He has just opened a Dao path, and it already threatens Cheng Yun's life. He was anxious, but he could not do anything. Because he could not enter the lower 3 Edens. Even if he could only fly slowly. The 6th heavenly wheel was similar to other historical remains. It suppressed the laws of the world. Unless one comprehended a technique that transcended the laws of the world, only then could one advance at an extreme speed. For instance, Temporal Island Lord could travel through the 6th heavenly wheel and 3 chieftains' sacred mountain. Dongbo Shuang could also rely on the Mirage world to travel at an extreme speed. What a pity! These protectors from the ancestor mother religion had low realms. Because realms were not what they specialized in. Given their heaven-defying strength, if their realms were to catch up, the cultivator cosmos would not be able to fight against them. In another location within the Blood Rain Eden, there were currently 4 figures gathered on the wasteland outside the 5 stone houses. They were Protector Hu Zhu and the other 3. There were 3 males and 1 female, and their aura was strange. The leader of this team was Protector Hu Zhu. Zhenyun Dharma and the other 3 were ordinary protectors, but Protector Hu Zhu's fire was at the apex. He could easily escape after exchanging moves with Monarch Hex Cricket. The 4 of them first received a message from Zhenyun Dharma. However, Zhenyun Dharma's status was slightly lower, and he could not easily order them to act. After all, they were still refining the medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was prepared for a dangerous location in the Blood Devil Eden. The medicinal liquid has not been refined. A gray-robed female protector said in a low voice. Let's put it aside first. Saving brother Cheng Yun is more important. Protector Hu Zhu's eyes were burning. It is not easy for us to come to the cultivator cosmos. We must protect brother Cheng Yun. Let's go. Another blue-eyed male said. I have already tried my best to preserve the medicinal liquid. I hope that it will still be in good condition when we return. The gray-robed female protector sighed. Let's go. An old man wrapped in a violet robe with only his eyes revealed said. So. Under the lead of Protector Hu Zhu, the 4 of them turned into a streak of flame light and rushed towards Zhenyun Dharma at a frightening speed. The ancestor mother religion was doing their best to save Zhenyun Dharma. And Dongbo Shuang was similarly doing his best. He was doing his best to kill his opponent. His doing his best was a disguise because he did not use the Tao of Mirage. From the start of the battle until now, Dongbu Shuang did not use any techniques from the Tao of Mirage. Even the true god weapon flying knife contained the profound mysteries of the Mirage. Without using the Tao of Mirage, Dongbu Shuang naturally had a deeper plan. Who? At this moment, Dongbu Shuang was flying at high speed. At the same time, he threw out the flying knife in his hand. The flying knife disappeared the moment it was thrown out. Damn! Xinyun Dharma, who was frantically escaping, felt his heart tightening when he saw the flying knife in Dongbu Shuaying's hand disappearing. But when the flying knife entered the normal world from the Mirage world, it had directly entered Xinyun Dharma's body. Pang! Xinyun Dharma's stomach exploded. His body was split into two, but closely following that, the two parts of his body rapidly merged back together. He was even trying his best to retract the flesh that had the blood serpent's venom in order to conserve his life force. I lost close to 2% of my life force this time. Xinyun Dharma felt bitter in his heart. He immediately tried his best to increase the distance between him and the flying knife. But every time he was struck by the flying knife, his speed would be greatly affected. Dongbu Shuang would take the opportunity to close the distance between them. Very soon, that flying knife appeared in Dongbu Shuaying's hand. The flying knife was much faster in the Mirage world. Go! One knife after another. Xinyun Dharma tried his best to escape. It's over, it's over. He knew that Protector Huizhu and the others would not make it in time. Previously, he had spent more than 2 days rushing over. Although Protector Huizhu was much faster than him, he still needed to spend close to a day. But what about him? He could not even hold on for an hour. No. When he was struck by the flying knife again, the life force in his body was depleted once more. Because a portion of his life force was used to suppress the blood serpent's venom, the remaining energy could no longer be used. His speed immediately started to decrease, returning to his normal state. As for Dongbu Shuang, the strength of his body was not much different from Xinyun Dharma's, and his cultivation base was also much higher. But now, his flying speed was even faster than Xinyun Dharma. You're dead. Seeing that his speed was faster than his opponent, Dongbu Shuang revealed a smile. It's over. Xinyun Dharma was filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, Dongbu Shuang only had the desire to kill his opponent. He did not know what it meant to kill a protector. From Dongbu Shuaying's perspective, even if he killed his opponent should still be able to cultivate his original body back. Thus, he would only be able to obtain some treasures. But he was wrong. He did not know the difference between the two universes. Chapter 661. He had just reached the Paragon realm, yet he could kill a Paragon expert, and it was from the enemy cosmos. This was an achievement that would make cultivators excited. Who would have thought that the true god weapon flying knife is so useful? Dongbu Shuang sighed. That time, that leaf saint could sense the flying knife in advance. And the protectors of the ancestor mother religion are too weak, and could not sense it at all. They could not sense or defend against it at all. This allowed the flying knife to unleash its greatest effect every time. As Dongbu Shuang got closer, Xinyun Dharma became more and more furious and unwilling. He recalled his hometown, and the lofty aspirations he had when he first arrived at the cultivator cosmos. I will definitely make a great contribution. After entering the cultivator cosmos, I might be able to establish a religion and become a religious leader. At that time, he was filled with lofty aspirations. And at this moment, feeling his injuries worsening, Xinyun Dharma felt even more sorrowful. This avatar that came to the cultivator cosmos is really going to die. My death is not worth it. After coming to this cultivator cosmos, I did not contribute much. There's no way the sect would allow it. They would pay a huge price to allow me to nurture another clone and come over. Qing Yun, die. Dongbu Shuang was already closing in. He threw out the flying knife once again. Zhenyun Dharma only looked at Dongbu Shuang. His life force was continuously being consumed, causing him to be unable to suppress the blood serpent venom. The venom began spreading throughout his body, causing ugly blood vessels to appear on Zhenyun Dharma's skin. He looked at Dongbu Shuang, who would have thought that a simple and easy mission would cause me to die in your hands, causing my hopes to be extinguished. What are you talking about? Dongbu Shuang felt weird. Isn't it just killing an avatar? Why are you in such despair? Even though he was puzzled, Dongbu Shuang did not show any mercy. Puchi. The blood serpent spear pierced out again. This time, Protector Qing Yun didn't even try to block it. He allowed the spear to pierce through his body. His body started to crumble and disintegrate. When he was destroyed, Zhenyun Dharma was still looking at the vast blood-colored sky. Cultivator Universe, goodbye. I won't have the chance to come again. Hua. His body completely dissipated. Dongbu Shuang also came to a realization, the blood serpent's venom is really powerful. After it permeated his entire body, it actually caused him to disintegrate and die. The fleshy body of this ancestor mother religion protector is really strong. The moment he goes all out, his strength is so strong that it is exaggerated. Fortunately, I've obtained 2 absolute arts, and they're both absolute arts that specialize in strength, so I can still withstand it if I use all my strength to defend. Dongbu Shuang sighed inwardly. Under his full defense, he could only unleash 10% of his opponent's strength. But this was the only effect. If he did not have the extreme annihilation mysterious body and luminous sun, he would have been completely crushed and could only hide in the mirage world. This is just an ordinary protector, yet his strength is so strong. Dongbu Shuang muttered inwardly, I wonder if my plan will succeed. Even if it doesn't, I can rely on the Tao of Mirage to survive. Dongbu Shuang looked at the items falling around him. Those were the items left behind by Zhenyun Dharma. He waved his hand. Who? He kept all these items. He would examine them in a while. This protector of the ancestor mother religion is slightly strange. It's just the loss of an avatar, but why do I feel that something is amiss? Previously, he did not think too much about it. But now, he was puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. If this was the cultivator cosmos. Losing an avatar. Most would roar out angrily, since you dared to destroy my avatar, wait for me to take revenge. At most, they would feel heartache over the loss of their weapons and treasures. By then, they could nurture another fleshy body. Their true body could easily split its soul into 2, and the loss could be recovered quickly. If not for the loss of treasures, losing an avatar was not worth mentioning. Monarch Hex Cricket. Dongbu Shuang asked through karma, I've just killed a protector of the ancestor mother religion. But that protector seemed to be going mad and in despair. I just feel that something is amiss. In the sky of the Blood Devil Eden. A blazing rainbow light that was flying at high speed stopped. Protector Huizhu and the other 3 were stunned. Qing Yun is dead. The gray-robed female protector slowly said, who would have thought that he would die just like that when we first came to the cultivator cosmos. He was actually killed by a stage 4 world deity. The blue-eyed male sneered, truly not worth it. Religious leader has said that even though that Dongbu Shuang is a stage 4 world deity, he has already opened his Tao path. He is equivalent to a paragon. The gray-robed female protector said. A new paragon killed Qing Yun. An old man wrapped in a violet robe, revealing only his eyes, muttered. He was countered by his flying knife. Protector Huizhu's voice was firm. He gritted his teeth and said, we were ordered to come to the 6 heavenly wheel. The 5 of us formed a team and did not die after so many years. Who would have thought that an unremarkable Dongbu Shuang would kill Qing Yun? The 4 of them felt complicated. And at the same time, The incomparably enraged ancestor mother religious leader directly ordered, Protector Huizhu, the four of you move together and kill Dongbush Shuang for me. Yes. Protector Huizhu and the other three acknowledged. They did not place Dongbush Shuang in their eyes. After all, the four of them had faced many dangers in the Six Heavenly Wheel. They had even fought with Protector Hex Cricket before. Naturally, they were not afraid of Dongbush Shuang. Move out. Protector Huizhu's voice was firm. He looked in the direction of Dongbush Shuang. Kill that Dongbush Shuang. Go. Kill him. In the Blood Demon Wonderland, no one can save him. The four protectors immediately turned into a streak of flame rainbow light and rushed in the direction of Dongbush Shuang. Dongbush Shuang could guess that after killing Zhenyun Dharma, the other protectors of the ancestor mother religion in the lower three Edens would come for revenge. After all, he was a new paragon, and did not pose much of a threat to the ancestor mother religion. Knowing that they were coming, Dongbush Shuang continued chatting with Monarch Hex Cricket. You killed a protector of the ancestor mother religion? Monarch Hex Cricket retorted. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. That's right. Why? Dongbush Shuang asked, this should be an avatar. What's the big deal about killing an avatar? You are amazing. Monarch Hex Cricket praised. What exactly happened? Dongbush Shuang was puzzled. He was not completely clueless about the ancestor mother religion. His teacher had also told him many things. He told them about some of the known experts and their techniques. He also knew that they had true bodies and avatars. Including the protector you killed. Monarch Hex Cricket said, our cultivator Cosmos has only killed a total of 3 protectors. Ah. Dongbush Shuang was startled. Only 3 protectors were killed. He had only killed 1. The ancestor mother religion is famous for being cunning. It is almost impossible to meet them in the cosmos. There is only me in the lower 3 Edens of the 6 heavenly wheel. Only they have a group of protectors here. Monarch Hex Cricket explained, thus, they would not do anything they are not confident of. They would hide whenever there is danger and treasure their lives. Unless there is a treasure that would make them crazy, they would not take the risk. Thus, other than you this time, we have only killed 2 protectors. Monarch Hex Cricket said, I have to inform the 8 rulers about this. After all, the implications are huge. You have to keep the treasures left behind by that protector well. I reckon your teacher and the others will want to check them too. Amen, Dongbush Shuang acknowledged. Monarch Hex Cricket closely transmitted the news to the 8 rulers. Temporal Island Lord, Blood Blade, Myriad God Palace Head, Empress Qianhe, Primal Master, Ruler Nile, Purgatory Ruler and Abyss Primogenitor. All 8 of them received the news. What? That brat Dongbush Shuang killed a protector from the ancestor mother religion. Isn't he a stage 4 world deity? Ah, he opened a Dao path. The rulers were startled when they received the news. Other than Blood Blade, none of them knew that Dongbush Shuang had opened a Dao path. Opening a Dao path in 1,000,000 years, that was too terrifying. It was more frightening than transcending in 1,000,000 years. But now, not only did Dongbush Shuang open a Dao path, he had also killed a protector from the ancestor mother religion in the 6 heavenly wheel. Snow Eagle. Dongbush Shuang was currently standing on the peak of a mountain, enjoying the mountain breeze. He was enjoying the scenery when the voice of Blood Blade resounded in his ears, you killed a protector from the ancestor mother religion. Amen, Dongbush Shuang acknowledged, teacher, what's wrong? Ha ha ha, the ancestor mother religion will most likely die from heartache. Blood Blade guffawed, you have to be careful. The ancestor mother religion isn't afraid of you in the 6 heavenly wheel. They hold an absolute advantage in terms of strength, and will definitely send a group of protectors to deal with you. Teacher, please be rest assured. This disciple has long made preparations. Dongbush Shuang replied. Previously, he had not displayed the Tao of Mirage. It was all for the sake of catching more fishes. Teacher, are you saying that the ancestor mother religion will feel heartache? Dongbo Shuang asked, it's just losing an avatar, why would they feel heartache? Speaking of this, you have helped your teacher gain face. Blood Blade was relatively happy. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.